Are you a Harry Potter fan? Are you a Harry Potter hater? Are you somebody that used to have a Harry Potter tattoo that you've since gotten covered up or removed because you don't align with J.K. Rowling's bigoted beliefs, but you still have so much Harry Potter knowledge floating around up here because you spent so long entrenched in the fandom and now you really don't know what to think, but watching content that's critical of Harry Potter feels cathartic to you in some way? Do you love a list? Well, buckle up, baby. This video's for you. We're going through my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, but this list might not go exactly how you expect it to, because I'm not just analyzing these characters based on who did the worst things in the book. If that were the case, obviously, Voldemort would be number one. Instead, I'm analyzing these characters through the lens of Harry Potter being a children's book, and I'm looking at which characters teach the most harmful lessons to children. The messages that a character conveys are not always the same as the words the character says. For example, Voldemort says all the time some variation of love is a weakness. But because Voldemort is the villain, because Voldemort, spoiler alert, loses in the end, we are not supposed to believe that love is a weakness. Voldemort's character actually teaches us that love is more powerful than fear. To determine the 30 worst characters in Harry Potter and their order of worstness, I created a point system, a rubric, if you will, to evaluate them with. This video, like all analysis, is subjective. It's based on my opinions, but I will always tell you why I have that opinion, and I'm gonna give you the rubric so you can judge for yourself whether or not my opinions are fair. Hi, it's Editing Caroline. I realized that the first time I tried to explain my rubric, I talked really fast and the energy was a bit frantic and a little too intense, so I'm trying again a little calmer and slower. The first criteria that I am judging the characters in Harry Potter on a scale of 1 to 10 is this. How harmful are the messages the character teaches children? 1 being the character teaches no harmful messages, and 10 being the character teaches multiple messages that encourage prejudice and/or multiple messages that could bring emotional or physical harm to a child or encourage a child to inflict emotional or physical harm on others. In terms of messages that could bring emotional harm to a child, I'm talking about messages that could make a kid feel bad about themselves for whatever aspect of themselves J.K. Rowling is targeting with that message. And then in terms of messages that could bring physical harm to a child, I'm mainly talking about messages that could encourage a child to put themselves in situations that are likely to lead to physical harm. And then in terms of messages that encourage a child to inflict emotional or physical harm on others, I am mainly talking about messages that might encourage a child to bully others, whether that be in an emotional way or a physical way. The next criteria I judged these characters based on is this. How prominent is the character in the books? 1 being only mentioned in one section of one book, and 10 being present and active throughout the entirety of every book. The reason I chose to take the prominence of the characters into account is because the more prominent a character is, the more opportunities they have to teach harmful messages for children, and the more likely it is that the messages they teach are repeated throughout the books. The only 10s in this category are Ron, Harry, and Hermione. The third criteria that I judge these characters based on a scale of 1 to 10, is this. How closely aligned is the author's intended outlook on this character with the character's words and actions? 1 being the character's treatment by the author and other characters is always aligned with the character's words and actions. And 10 being the author's intended outlook on this character feels oppositional to the character's words and actions. So, if there's a character that we're really supposed to hate, but they didn't do anything wrong, that would be a 10 in this category. Whereas a character that we're really supposed to love, but they do a lot of things wrong, would also be a 10 in this category. The fourth and final criteria that I judge these characters based on a scale of 1 to 10 is this. How often do the novels reckon with this character's harmful views, behavior, or presentation? How often do the novels reckon with the harmful stereotypes this character promotes? One being every single time there's a harmful view or behavior or presentation, it is reckoned with in the books. And then 10 being never. This character's harmful views, presentation, and behavior is never dealt with or acknowledged in the books. Now, an example of a character where every single time nearly that they have a harmful view, it is counteracted with someone telling us that's bad, is Voldemort. Voldemort would be a 1 or a 2 on this scale. But if the thing that's harmful about the character is their presentation, if the character teaches that it's funny to make fun of fat people, and they teach that by being a fat character that is consistently made fun of by their weight, unless we had a moment where Harry was like, hey, I regret all of those things I thought in my head about Dudley over the years, because it was actually rude of me to constantly make fun of him for his weight. And there were better things to make fun of him for than his physical appearance. We don't get anything like that, right? So if it's the presentation that's harmful, it's likely that they will be a 10 on my scale, meaning the novels never reckon with the harmful presentation. It's mainly behavior and the actual words and actions of the characters that the novels have the ability to reckon with. So I use this criteria to give each of the top 150 characters in Harry Potter by number of mentions a score 1 through 10 in each of these categories, and then I added up their little scores, and then I used their scores to find my top 30 and to put my top 30 in order, and here we are today. And I've done all of that, so let's get into it. Coming in at number 30 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have the man, the myth, the Wizarding World's least favorite orphan. It's Voldemort. Moldy Voldy barely makes it onto our list because, in his own messed up way, he teaches mostly positive or useful messages for children. Like love is stronger than fear and stronger than hate, and never underestimate the power of goodness, and evil knows no loyalty, so you will not be rewarded for aligning yourself with evil, and that hate destroys people. But there are some takeaways from Voldemort's character, particularly from his origin story, that I do think are harmful. One of which being that some kids are just bad. Some kids are just evil and they are irredeemable, and there's no point trying to reach them through empathy or kindness because they are thoroughly incapable of change. Even at 10 and 11 years old, there's no hope for some kids. Voldemort is an orphan, much like Harry Potter. He was raised in a cruel and cold environment, much like Harry Potter. But unlike Harry Potter, he's a bad orphan, whereas Harry Potter is a good orphan. So what's the difference between their lives that makes Voldemort turn out to be bad and Harry turn out to be good? Well, their dead parents, of course. If Harry's parents hadn't have died, he would have probably ended up with a similar personality to the personality he ended up having, because he had good parents, so he turned out to be good, even though he wasn't raised by those parents. Meanwhile, Voldemort had bad parents, so he turned out to be bad. And if Voldemort was raised by his mom in the shack, I don't think Voldemort would have been happy with that. He wouldn't have been treated like the king that he feels like he deserves to be treated as. So the suggestion seems to be that most of the time, good people have good parents and bad people have bad parents, which is a harmful thing for children to internalize and believe, because people are capable of change and people are not always a direct reflection of who their parents are. Voldemort was never given the opportunity or encouragement to become anything other than what he became. Dumbledore visited Voldemort at the orphanage where he was raised when Voldemort was 10 or 11, and yeah, Voldemort was creepy. He had a collection of things that he stole from other children, and he had harmed other children at times. And rather than see that as a sign that he needed to be more hands-on with this orphan that was coming to Hogwarts, Dumbledore decided to keep his distance and watch this kid from afar. There was no attempt at intervention. There was no attempt at showing little Tom Riddle a different path, because these novels seem to suggest that evil kids are evil, bad kids are bad, and people aren't that capable of change, which is not the best message for the children. Next, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have the man, the deer, the douche, James Potter. James Potter was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, according to the website formerly known as Pottermore.com, where J.K. Rowling wrote pages and pages and pages of extra lore after the series was officially finished. The Potters had a huge family fortune that they had been building since the 1600s. So by the time that James came around, there was nothing but ease. His dad did not have to work. His mom did not have to work. They were essentially the British aristocracy. In addition to being wealthy, James was also good-looking and talented. Until his own son, Harry Potter, came to school, nobody could compete with James's Quidditch accolades. And he was also a bully. In the 5th book, Harry steals a peek into one of Snape's memories, and he sees that his father bullies Snape for no other reason than that he was bored. He wanted something fun to do, and bullying somebody, cursing someone, making a mockery and a public display of being mean to someone sounded like a good, fun idea to James Potter. We do reckon with the fact that James Potter was a bully. Harry has a little existential crisis over the idea that his father was not the perfect role model that he always imagined him to be. But the only version of James that we really get to see is this teenage bully version of James, and then when Harry talks to Sirius and Lupin, they just say that he changed. At some point, James changed. He grew up enough for Lily Potter, who hated bullying and who despised James in that memory, to come to love him and then marry him. The message here doesn't just seem to be that the popular guy will always get the girl, which is not a message I love, but also that if a girl doesn't like you at first, just wear her down. Keep being persistent for years and years and years until eventually she agrees to go out with you. And then you'll get married and have a kid, and nobody will ever talk about the years and years and years you harassed your now wife. Your story will be a love story for the ages. Number 28 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Crying Cho Chang. Cho Chang as a character serves to instill children with a very British sense of shame around grief. Cho's tears and sadness are not worthy of empathy. They are worthy of ridicule because they are a burden. In the 5th book, Cho tries to talk to Harry about Cedric Diggory, her boyfriend that was murdered by Voldemort. She assumed that because Harry had witnessed Cedric's murder and Harry had a tenuous friendship with Cedric, that perhaps he would also want to talk about Cedric. But oh, how wrong she would be. After an attempt at talking to Harry about Cedric, this is what Harry had to say to his friends. What did she want to talk about Cedric for anyway? Why does she always want to drag up the subject that makes her act like a human hosepipe? We can tell that Harry would not be attending therapy if that existed within the wizarding world. Though he is chock full of trauma, Harry's philosophy here seems to be, oh, you've got emotions? Shove them down deep like you're a trash compactor and don't let that come up again. Cho's grief is not just cringe and awkward for Harry, it's also the butt of some of Harry's jokes. For example, later on in the 5th book, after Ravenclaw versed Gryffindor in a Quidditch match that Harry was unable to compete in, Ron explains. Yeah, said Ron slowly, savoring the words. We won. Did you see the look on Chang's face when Ginny got the snitch right out from under her nose? And Harry says, I suppose she cried, didn't she? Harry said bitterly. Another one of the messages that Cho Chang's character teaches, and a message that is taught by numerous female characters throughout the entire Harry Potter series, is that women and girls are overly emotional and overly sentimental, which clouds their judgment and makes them less trustworthy than men and boys. In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter starts a little secret defense against the dark arts club called Dumbledore's Army, and Cho Chang joins. But because she's a girl, she can't do anything by herself. You know how girls are, can't go anywhere by themselves, even the bathroom. So she had to bring her little friend Marietta Edgecombe along. And Marietta Edgecombe did not want to be a part of Harry Potter's little club, but she did it anyway to support her friend Cho. I imagine the conversation went something like this. Marietta Edgecombe was like, really? Is he worth it? You really think Harry Potter's hot? Okay, I'll go to the stupid club with you. But near the end of the book, Dolores Umbridge and the Inquisitorial Squad threaten Marietta Edgecombe. And Marietta Edgecombe is worried because her mom works for the Ministry of Magic and she's worried that her mom is going to lose her job. So she spills the beans, or she starts to spill the beans about Dumbledore's army. But because of the little enchanted piece of parchment that Hermione had where everyone signed their name, she started to get a curse that spelled sneak across her face in giant boils. Hermione bewitched this piece of paper so that anybody that started to spill the beans would get these giant boils that spell sneak across their face. After the boils started forming, Marietta Edgecombe stopped spilling the beans, but the damage was already done. And Cho goes to Harry and she's like, hey, so sorry about my friend. She just cares about her mom. And Harry was like, well, my mom's dead. He didn't really say that, but that was the sentiment. He had no sympathy for Marietta's mom. And then Cho was like, do you think maybe Hermione could remove the giant boils across my friend's face because she doesn't really deserve to live with that for the rest of her life just because she made one mistake? And Harry guffawed at that. No way are those boils getting removed. And they didn't get removed. The next time we see Marietta Edgecombe in the Half-Blood Prince, she's still got sneak written across her face. Because she deserves it. Because it's her fault. Not the sadistic woman who was torturing her and threatening her's fault. It's her fault for being weak and caring about her mother. And it's Cho's fault for being weak and caring about her friend. Because Harry would never have friends that cared about their mothers enough to not be loyal to him 100% of the time. Number 27 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady is the portrait who guards Gryffindor Common Room. I talked about the Fat Lady in my video, the top 28 female characters in Harry Potter, and a few people said, Caroline, fat is not a bad word. It's not fat-phobic to use the word fat. and I know that fat's not a bad word, and I know that it's not fatphobic to use the word fat. I do think it is fatphobic to have a character whose entire thing is being fat, to the point that she does not have a first name. Instead, her first name is The Fat and her last name is Lady. Because the entire character of the fat lady is her fatness, J.K. Rowling has reduced this character simply to this one physical characteristic. All of her personality traits are going to be associated, particularly for young readers, with fatness. And she is a glutton, and she's lazy, and she's a drunk. And young readers are going to associate those things subconsciously or consciously with fatness, because the only thing they know about this character is that she is the fat lady. The fat lady is drunk multiple times throughout the series. A painting is drunk multiple times throughout the series. And I find J.K. Rowling's inclusion of so much drunkenness in a children's series to be weird and unnecessary to begin with. But with the fat lady, she goes one step further, and she associates drunkenness with being a slut. In The Half-Blood Prince, Harry and Hermione are trying to get into the Gryffindor common room, and this little exchange happens. Hermione's trying to come up with a password, and she goes, "Oh, hang on, password, abstinence." "Precisely," said the fat lady in a feeble voice, and swung forward to reveal the portrait hole. "What's up with her?" asked Harry. "Overindulged over Christmas, apparently," said Hermione, rolling her eyes as she led the way into the packed common room. "She and her friend Violet drank their way through all the wine in that picture of drunk monks down by the charms corridor." What on earth could be the justification for including this little snippet? The password is abstinence. How many children learned what the word abstinence meant because they read Harry Potter and they decided to Google this unfamiliar vocab term? I don't think it's the place of J.K. Rowling to teach kids shame about sex or to teach kids what the word abstinence means. This is not the Christian guide for well-bred women. This is Harry Potter. Why are we talking about a portrait's sex life other than to shame her and associate fatness with loose morals? Number 26 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have horse-faced Petunia Dursley. Petunia Dursley, like most of the hateable women in Harry Potter, does not have a sufficient, in my opinion, villain origin story as to how she turned out this way. And that's because, in my opinion, J.K. Rowling thinks that women are jealous and hateful more often than not, so it doesn't occur to her to justify why this particular woman would be so extremely jealous and hateful. Petunia's entire villain origin story is that her sister has magic and she doesn't. She was raised in a loving home with loving parents. Her sister loved her. She wrote to Dumbledore trying to get into Hogwarts after she found out that Lily got accepted to Hogwarts because she was so fascinated and interested in magic. But her jealousy of her sister was so all-consuming for her that it turned her into a person with no visible love for her sister. A person that abandons her family just because her sister has something that she doesn't have. I don't think it would be a problem if jealousy was one aspect of Petunia Dursley's character. Women are capable of jealousy. Sisters are capable of jealousy. It's a part of the human experience. My issue is that Petunia's entire character is her jealousy. She builds her entire worldview based on this burning jealousy she has of her sister, to the point where she goes on these rants about how her sister and her husband got what was coming to them, meaning they deserved to be murdered. She's so jealous that even in her sister's death, that jealousy hasn't abated at all. It would have been so satisfying to see Petunia Dursley have any type of character arc, to have any type of character development, to grow even a tiny sliver of appreciation for the magical world, having been thrust into it with Harry, but that does not happen. And J.K. Rowling writes about this on the website formerly known as Pottermore.com, and she said she considered giving Petunia more of a redemptive moment, but decided that it was just unrealistic. Because, as J.K. Rowling loves to teach children, most people are incapable of change. Exhausting. Number 25 in our top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Voldemort's ugly, pathetic mother, Merope Gaunt. Perhaps you're unfamiliar with Merope Gaunt. Maybe you only saw the movies, and Merope Gaunt's character was cut from the movies, and you'll soon see why. Let's first get a visual image of Merope, shall we? This is her description in the 6th Harry Potter book. A girl whose ragged gray dress was the exact color of the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside a steaming pot on a grimy black stove and was fiddling around with the shelf of squalid-looking pots and pans above it. Her hair was lank and dull, and she had a plain, pale, rather heavy face. Her eyes, like her brother's, stared in opposite directions. She looked a little cleaner than the two men, but Harry thought he had never seen a more defeated-looking person. Do you think the word slut is appropriate for children's books? Because the word slut appears in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, and who is called a slut? Desperate, pathetic, plain-faced abuse victim, Merope Gaunt. Her father calls her a slut. That is written, typed out, and written on the page of a children's book. Merope uses magic to trick Tom Riddle into copulating, which results in Voldemort's conception. That's rape. J.K. Rowling included rape in a children's book. The victim of abuse, severe abuse, and neglect is also a rapist. There is way too much going on with this character for the brief amount of time that this character is on the page. This is not a character that I believe is appropriate for a children's book. I don't think it's appropriate for the word slut to be included in a children's book at all, but beyond that, there's just not enough time to deal with all that's going on. This is a victim of severe abuse and neglect, but she's also a female incel, and J.K. Rowling makes sure to point out that she is ugly. She is not attractive, so she doesn't deserve a man. So she had to go about getting a man in these manipulative ways, and we're supposed to feel bad for her. But she's also responsible for the evil in the world. This character that's called a slut is responsible for Voldemort's existence. She is his villain origin story. It's too much. Number 24 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Lavender Brown. Lavender Brown is present throughout the entire series, but she really takes center stage in the 6th book when she becomes the girl who teaches Ron how annoying most girls are. But previous to her relationship with Ron in the 6th book, we do have something that's established about her character, and that is that Lavender Brown is one of 2 die-hard Professor Trelawney fans. Professor Trelawney teaches divination Divination is specifically a feminine branch of magic. Being a seer passes from the maternal line down the maternal line, and it is looked down upon by the wizarding world at large, seen as silly and unnecessary and inaccurate most of the time. And it's making predictions and reading the sun and stars, and very much feels like a stand-in for astrology. Lavender Brown is an astrology girly, and J.K. Rowling thinks that's silly and stupid. In her relationship with Ron, Lavender Brown commits the egregious sin of being needy. Too much, Lavender Brown. I know that you taught Ron how to snog and that he is your boyfriend, but that doesn't mean that he should have to spend time with you. That doesn't mean that he should have to listen to you, because when you talk, Lavender Brown, seriously, it makes Ron want to bleed out of his ears. And then when you got him that hideous necklace for Christmas, ooh, you really did it there, Lavender. He hated that shit. He hated that. He did not understand how you could possibly think that he would want that. Meanwhile, does he have any idea of what you would want? Does Ron have any idea of what Lavender would want for Christmas? Did he even get her a Christmas present? No, probably not. It's not mentioned that he does. He just complains about her love. Her love is a burden. Lavender is shrill and shrieking and annoying and the blueprint of everything not to be in J.K. Rowling's view of womanhood. She loves explicitly girly things, and her love of those explicitly girly things is tied into how annoying she is. She shows Ron that he doesn't want a girlfriend that has needs and wants. He wants a girlfriend that just does whatever he already wanted to do in the first place, and thank God there's Hermione for that. We only hear 3 girls mentioned as being in Hermione's year in Gryffindor, and I don't know if there are 2 others that are just unmentioned because there's 5 boys in Gryffindor in their year and 3 girls. Regardless, Hermione shares a common room, or a dorm room, with Lavender and Parvati, and we never see them have any genuine friendship throughout the series. Why is it that Hermione doesn't have female friends in her year? It's not as if Harry and Ron's only friends are Hermione and each other. Harry and Ron are friends with Neville, Dean, and Seamus, but Hermione can't be friends with Lavender because she's competition. And then, just to clear the way, make sure there's nothing lingering to get in the way of their final relationship, Lavender dies in the Battle of Hogwarts, and Hermione's final act with Lavender is to shoo away Veneer Greyback from biting a dead Lavender. Wouldn't it have been nice if the girls could have reconciled and commiserated on how much Ron sucks while they were both alive? Number 23 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Minerva McGonagall. McGonagall is to the Slytherins what Snape is to the Gryffindors. McGonagall is held up as one of the best, if not the best teacher at Hogwarts. But for being such an incredible teacher, she has a ton of bias, and she displays some pretty inappropriate behaviors for a teacher to have. In the first book, Draco finds out that Harry and Hermione are helping Hagrid smuggle a dragon off of the school grounds. So he sneaks out at midnight, because their plan is supposed to happen at midnight, to try to catch them in the act. But McGonagall catches him first, and this is how their conversation plays out. Draco says, "You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter's coming. He's got a dragon." And McGonagall says, "What utter rubbish. How dare you tell such lies? Come on, I shall see Professor Snape about you, Malfoy." This little snippet reminded me of Professor Umbridge and how she insists that Harry is lying when he is not, in fact, lying. Professor McGonagall is biased against the Slytherins and is prepared to assume the worst of the Slytherins the same way that Snape is biased against the Gryffindors and prepared to assume the worst of them. One of the lessons that Professor McGonagall teaches children is that if you break the rules in a cool way, and if you're a super special boy like Harry Potter, you might just be rewarded for breaking the rules. When they're having their flying lesson, Madam Hooch has to step away for a minute, and she tells the first years in the first book, hey, stay on the ground, but Draco's a bad boy. So, of course, he breaks the rules, and he steals Neville's Remembrall and is flying away with it. And Harry just loves to be the hero so much, and he loves to taunt Draco, so he flies off on his broom too. And he ends up catching the Remembrall in a spectacular save, and McGonagall witnesses this whole thing. And she's like, Potter, come on, let's go. And of course, Harry assumes that he's going to be in trouble, as he should be. But he's not. When they get to the office, McGonagall can hardly contain her excitement, because Harry is one of the best seekers the school has ever seen. The best seeker the school has seen in a century. Or at least the youngest the school will have in a century. Because McGonagall cares more about school sports than her job as the head of Gryffindor House. And her job as the head of Gryffindor House is not just to root for the Quidditch team, it is to punish the students in her house when they break the rules. But when Harry breaks the rules, he gets to be on the Quidditch team. McGonagall buys him a broom, which is also a weird thing to include, because your teachers should not be making purchases for you like that. Your teachers should not be giving you gifts like that. If they are, that's weird and potentially a red flag. But regardless of that, what's the lesson here? If you look cool breaking the rules, even the sternest teacher will think it's awesome. In the third book, the third year students have their very first divination lesson where Professor Trelawney predicts Harry's death, and after that lesson they have transfiguration. And they're being all weird and quiet. McGonagall's like, why are you guys all weird and quiet? And someone's like, please, Professor, we just had our first divination lesson. And McGonagall says this: divination is one of the most imprecise branches of magic. I shall not conceal from you that I have very little patience with it. True seers are very rare, and Professor Trelawney... ... This is rude. This is inappropriate. It is not appropriate for your teacher to undermine other teachers to you and completely undermine their entire subject. Imagine if Professor Trelawney was like, I will not conceal from you guys that transfiguration is stupid. I think it's stupid. And as far as transfigurers go, Professor McGonagall... ... But bashing her coworker to her students is not the worst thing that McGonagall does in the third book by far. The worst thing that McGonagall does in the third book is she facilitates Hermione getting a time turner so she can go back an hour in time regularly throughout her school days so that she can take more classes that are physically possible to take in a day. McGonagall saw a promising young woman, perhaps that reminded her of herself in Hermione, and rather than nurture for her a healthy balance of learning and living her life, McGonagall encourages and allows her to do more work than's physically possible, to spend more hours awake in the day than everybody else is spending awake in the day, and reinforces this idea that as a woman, to be the best, you have to be 10 times better than the best. You can't just be simply factually the best in your class. You have to continue to outdo yourself and be undeniably great. And then later, where somebody's talking about Hermione and says, But nobody has as much to do as Hermione. I think this is just Harry's thoughts. Even without divination, she was taking more subjects than anybody else. She was usually last to leave the common room at night, first to arrive at the library the next morning. She had shadows like lupins under her eyes and seemed constantly close to tears. McGonagall, you gave this student the means to take more classes than physically possible. Perhaps you should check in on her and make sure that she's doing okay. Where's McGonagall? Well, Hermione is deteriorating. Why hasn't she noticed that Hermione is deteriorating? If you are taking this active mentorship role in your student's life to the point where they're doing more work than anyone else, it's your responsibility to check in on them. Make sure they're not falling apart. I fully blame McGonagall for Hermione falling apart in the third book. McGonagall is also cruel to Neville. She calls him stupid. She calls him an idiot. One example of a cruel thing that she says to him is, "Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that you can't even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone at Durmstrang or from Durmstrang." She's so concerned about appearances that she's willing to cut the confidence of this already very insecure boy. She has these little speeches, these little mean things that she says to Neville throughout the books, and I don't see how that's that different from how Snape treats Neville. She's not kind, but when McGonagall does it, it's just stern. When Snape does it, it's cruel. When Snape is cruel to the students, the message is not necessarily that it's acceptable for teachers to be cruel to students, because we know that Snape is excessively cruel, and he is a villain, and he is a bad guy. And so when he is cruel to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, we know that that's not good. But McGonagall is held up as this excellent mentor, stern but fair, and she is also cruel, verbally cruel to her students. And that teaches the young readers, the young audience of Harry Potter, that it's acceptable for your teachers to be cruel to you. That cruelty towards you is just a part of a teacher being stern but fair. And I think that's kind of a shitty message to teach children. Number 22 in our top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Vernon Dursley. Vernon Dursley's character serves to vilify fatness, teach children that fatness is funny, that fat bodies are funny just existing, and it is funny to make fun of them. And his character vilifies the middle class. When I was 14, I wrote a book. I wrote a young adult novel, and I had my mom read it. And one detail that stuck out to her was that I had said that neither of the parents had ever been promoted. And my mom was like, "That seems unrealistic, because if you're working at a job for that many years, you will get a promotion. Inevitably, you will get a promotion, you will get raises. You wouldn't be at a company for 25 years without something like that happening." And then, upon rereading the Harry Potter series a couple of weeks ago, I realized that's a detail in Harry Potter. The fact that Vernon has never been promoted is a detail in Harry Potter. And that detail stuck with me subconsciously to the point where when I'm trying to make these vilified parents, something that I include, a detail I include, is that they've never been promoted. J.K. Rowling taught me that people who have never been promoted are bad. Through the Dursleys, J.K. Rowling vilifies the idea of normal. Wanting a normal life in a normal house, in a normal neighborhood, working a normal job is all seen as one of Vernon Dursley's character flaws. One line in Order of the Phoenix really stood out to me as summing up the weird vilification of the middle class and fat phobia of Vernon Dursley's character. And it goes like this. Magnolia Road, like Privet Drive, was full of large square houses with perfectly manicured lawns, all owned by large square owners who drove very clean cars similar to Uncle Vernon's. What is so wrong about a perfectly manicured lawn? What is so wrong about a clean car? What is so wrong about living in a house that's similar to all the other houses on your street? Not everyone can afford to live in a whimsical, unique house. Not everyone's gonna live in a cylinder like Xenophilius Lovegood. So why does J.K. Rowling vilify the middle class so much? Perhaps it's because she resents mommy and daddy. On the website formerly known as pottermore.com, J.K. Rowling talks about number 4 Privet Drive, and she reveals something I found to be quite shocking, and that is that she did not realize that number 4 Privet Drive was actually the house that she grew up in until she walked the set of the first Harry Potter film, and she was wondering, why did they design this exactly like the house I grew up in? What? Number 4 Privet Drive is the house that she grew up in. And if number 4 Privet Drive is the house that she grew up in, then it logically follows that perhaps her resentment towards the middle class is resentment towards her parents. Perhaps she views it as a hardship that she grew up in a normal house in a normal neighborhood. J.K. Rowling's villain origin story is Suburbia. Number 21 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Draco Malfoy. Let's start by talking about Draco Malfoy and Buckbeak the Hippogriff, and how that storyline conveys a couple of messages that could potentially be really harmful for children to internalize. In the 3rd book, Hagrid becomes a care of magical creatures teacher. He is not qualified for this position, but he is given the position anyway. And he decides to introduce his 3rd-year students to hippogriffs during his very first class as a teacher. Hippogriffs are half bird, half horse creatures, and they are potentially very dangerous. Hagrid explains to the class that you should not insult hippogriffs, but he does so briefly. And Draco Malfoy does what a lot of 13-year-olds do in class, which is not pay that close of attention. He ends up insulting Buckbeak the Hippogriff, and Buckbeak slashes him, leaving a deep gash in his arm. Draco tells his father about his injury, which pisses Harry, Ron, and Hermione off to no end, because how dare Draco tell his father about his injury? How cowardly for a 13-year-old to have communication with their parent about what happens at their school. Then the Board of Governors does an investigation. They send Hagrid a letter and they say, hey, you probably should have started with flobberworms or something smaller on your very first day as an educator. Perhaps you should have saved hippogriffs for the 6th years. And the Board of Governors is absolutely correct on this. So the first lesson here is that it's cowardly to tell your parents about what's going on at school. Only cowards would go whining to daddy when they get a serious injury in class. The second lesson here is that you should protect the reputation of your teachers above your own safety. That if your teacher makes a mistake that leads you to being injured, it's your responsibility as a cool student to not say anything about that, because it's your responsibility to keep your incompetent teachers out of trouble. Another message Draco's character conveys is that it's funny when kids you don't like are bullied. It's funny when kids you don't like are hurt. For example, in the 4th book, Barty Crouch Jr., who is masquerading as Moody, Mad-Eye Moody, turns Draco Malfoy into a ferret and bounces him around the hall. And yes, that guy was a Death Eater pretending to be Mad-Eye Moody, but even after Harry learns that that guy was a Death Eater pretending to be Mad-Eye Moody, the memory of Draco being turned into a ferret is still a happy, funny memory for him. I don't blame Draco for hating Harry. I don't blame Draco for being resentful towards this school, because this school is constantly telling him that it's not a big deal when he gets hurt, that it's not a big deal when bad things happen to him. It's only a big deal when bad things happen to Harry, because only good boys deserve safety. Draco spends the vast majority of the series as an irredeemable bad kid. His parents are bad, therefore he is bad, because J.K. Rowling believes that the vast majority of us are just whatever our parents are, and that humans in general are mostly incapable of change. But Draco does change. More so than any other character in Harry Potter, he changes. He goes from actively wishing Harry death to actively preventing Harry's death by the end of the series. And that is evidence, that is proof that the sorting is flawed, that the houses are flawed, that it's not a good idea to immediately upon the children arriving at the school to isolate all the children who were raised with bigoted beliefs and give them their own wing of the castle so they don't have to interact very much with people that they are bigoted against, and just give them the space to let their bigotry grow and flourish together. That's actually not a good idea. The sorting and the houses are bad. They lead to children not having an opportunity to change, but they still exist by the very end of the series. In the epilogue, we still have the sorting hat, and we still have Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Number 20 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Winky the house elf. Winky is one of those characters that makes you go, oh, what? She was cut from the movies, and for good reason, if I didn't know any better, and I don't know any better. It would seem that the message Winky's character teaches is that some groups prefer to be oppressed. Some groups prefer to be enslaved. In the fourth Harry Potter book, Winky is a key player. She is a pivotal character to the plot, and her story goes like this. She was Barty Crouch Sr.'s house elf, and she accompanies Barty Crouch Sr. to the Quidditch World Cup. The first time that Harry, Ron, and Hermione interact with her, she is in the top box of the Quidditch World Cup, saving Barty Crouch Sr.'s seat. And she's trembling and terrified because she's afraid of heights, but she has to stay there and save the seat because house elves have to do whatever their masters tell them to do. And yes, they're called masters in Harry Potter. It is in the top box at the Quidditch World Cup where we get this exchange. "Ah, sir," said Winky, shaking her head. "Ah, sir, meaning no disrespect, sir, but I is not sure you did Dobby a favour, sir, when you was setting him free." "Why?" said Harry, taken aback. "What's wrong with him?" "Freedom is going to Dobby's head, sir," said Winky sadly. "Ideas above his station, sir. Can't get another position, sir." "Why not?" said Harry. Winky lowered her voice by a half octave and whispered, "He is wanting paying for his work, sir." "Paying?" said Harry blankly. "Well, why shouldn't he be paid?" Winky looked quite horrified at the idea and closed her fingers slightly so that her face was half hidden again. "House elves is not paid, sir," she said in a muffled squeak. No, I says to Dobby, I says, go find yourself a nice family and settle down, Dobby. He is getting up to all sorts of hijinks, sir. What is unbecoming to a house elf? You goes racketing around like this, Dobby, I says, and next thing I hear you is up in front of the Department of Regulation for and Control of Magical Creatures like some common goblin." "Well, it's about time you had some fun," said Harry. "House elves is not supposed to be having fun, Harry Potter," said Winky firmly from behind her hands. "House elves does what they is told. I is not liking heights at all, Harry Potter." She glanced towards the edge of the box and gulped. "But my master sends me to the top box and I come, sir." Why has he sent you up here if he knows you don't like heights? Said Harry, frowning. Master wants me to save him a seat, Harry Potter. He is very busy, said Winky, tilting her head toward the empty space beside her. Winky is wishing she is back in Master's tent, Harry Potter, but Winky does what she is told. Winky is a good house elf. So, that's a house elf, Ron muttered. Weird things, aren't they? Eventually the game ends and Winky is finally able to leave the top box that terrifies her so much. Everybody goes down to the campgrounds and they're celebrating and they're jovial when all of a sudden a group of masked Death Eaters start parading around and torturing the muggles that run the campground, and everyone's now running around the woods, panicking, freaking out. And that's when Harry, Ron, and Hermione see Winky, and they have this conversation. What's up with her? Said Ron, looking curiously after Winky. Why can't she run properly? Bet she didn't ask permission to hide, said Harry. He was thinking of Dobby. Every time he had tried to do something the Malfoys wouldn't like, the house elf had been forced to start beating himself up. You know, house elves get a very raw deal, said Hermione indignantly. It's slavery, that's what it is. That Mr. Crouch made her go to the top of the stadium and she was terrified, and he's got her bewitched so she can't even run away when they start trampling tents. Why doesn't anything do something about it? Why doesn't anyone do something about it? Well, the elves are happy, aren't they? Ron said. You heard old Winky back at the match. House elves is not supposed to have fun. That's what she likes, being bossed around. Then the dark mark appears in the sky. That's even crazier than the Death Eaters parading around and torturing the muggles. The dark mark has not appeared in the sky since you know who was at large. So, yeah, it was bad of those wizards and witches to torture muggles, but it wasn't really scary for the other witches and wizards. It was just like, aw, they ought not to do that, didn't you think? But now there's something that's a direct threat to the witches and wizards, so everyone's properly freaking out. But guess who was found near the dark mark? Winky. She was found by Amos Diggory, Cedric Diggory's father, the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and a certified dick. And this is how their exchange goes. Winky gave a gasp, looked wildly around the crowded clearing, and burst into terrified sobs. Elf, said Mr. Diggory sternly. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Winky began to rock back and forward on the ground, her breath coming in sharp bursts. Harry was reminded forcibly of Dobby in his moments of terrified disobedience. As you see, Elf, the dark mark was conjured here a short while ago, said Mr. Diggory, and you were discovered moments later, right beneath it. An explanation, if you please? I is not doing it, sir, Winky gasped. I is not knowing how, sir. You were found with the wand in your hand, barked Mr. Diggory. Oh yeah, Winky has a wand, and it just happens to be Harry Potter's wand, and that's a major faux pas, because it's actually illegal for house elves to have wands. Only witches and wizards get to have wands. You know this. But anyways, Barty Crouch Sr. comes into the clearing and sees that Amos Diggory is grilling his house elf, and then the following exchange happens. Amos, said Mr. Crouch curtly, I am fully aware that in ordinary course of events, you would want to take Winky into your department for questioning. I ask you, however, to allow me to deal with her. You may rest assured that she will be punished, said Mr. Crouch coldly. Master, Winky stammered, looking up at Mr. Crouch, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, please. Mr. Crouch stared back, his face somehow sharpened, each line upon it more deeply etched, and there was no pity in his gaze. Winky has behaved tonight in a manner I would not have believed possible, he said slowly. I told her to remain in the tent. I told her to stay there while I went to sort out the trouble, and I find she disobeyed me. This means close. shrieked Winky, protracting herself at Mr. Crouch's feet. "Nay, master, not clothes! Not clothes!" "I have no use for a house elf who disobeys me," he said coldly, looking at Hermione. "I have no use for a servant who forgets what is due to her master and to her master's reputation." So Winky was dismissed. She was set free, and there's nothing more offensive to house elves than freedom. There's nothing more shameful than freedom, because their entire sense of self is tied up in their masters, and the only life fulfillment they get is when they make their masters happy. So there's nothing more devastating than knowing so concretely that you have displeased your master. So there's nothing crueler that Barty Crouch Sr. could have done to Winky than setting her free. But luckily, benevolent Dumbledore offers Winky a position in the kitchens with the other house elves, the other 100+ house elves that are enslaved at Hogwarts. And all of the house elves that are enslaved at Hogwarts are just pleased as punch to be enslaved at Hogwarts. They could not think of a better place to be enslaved. Winky falls apart this whole year. She drinks. She's drinking a lot. She develops a drinking problem, drinking butterbeer and getting wasted and lamenting the good old days when she was still properly enslaved. By the end of the book, it turns out that Professor Mad-Eye Moody was never Professor Mad-Eye Moody. He was, in fact, Barty Crouch Jr. the entire time. So Dumbledore brings Lil Winky in for questioning and gives her some Veritas serum, which is a truth potion so that she can't lie to him. And she tells the whole sordid, sad story. Barty Crouch Jr. was tried and arrested and sent to Azkaban prison way back when Harry was a baby in that whole Voldemort's downfall era, because he tortured Neville Longbottom's parents to the point where they completely lost their minds. But he didn't stay in prison, because behind every evil man is a weak woman, and his mom was sick, and her dying wish was that her son got out of prison. So they got some Polyjuice potion, and they switched the dying mom and the son in the prison, and Winky is overjoyed to have her favorite master back, and she continues to be Barty Crouch Jr.'s biggest advocate. And it was Winky who really pushed Barty Crouch Sr. into allowing Barty Crouch Jr. to come to the Quidditch World Cup, because she just believed that he deserved some fun. And he was actually sitting next to her in the top box while she was saving a seat. He was hidden away, sitting next to her, and that's why she was up in that top box. It was all for Barty Crouch Jr., and everything she ever did was for Barty Crouch Jr., and she cannot stand the fact that Barty Crouch Jr. has been caught. Well, isn't there a lot to dissect here? Winky is supposed to be your typical house elf, whereas Dobby is your atypical house elf. He is an outlier. Winky is the rule. She behaves how most house elves behave, and through her character, we really understand that the vast majority of house elves have no loyalty to anybody except their master, and they do not take into account right versus wrong when they do things. They only take into account whether or not doing that thing will please their master. They have no moral compass. They don't really think thoughts for themselves. Even if you give J.K. Rowling the benefit of the doubt, if you believe that in general she wants to teach positive messages to children, and you believe that she's a good person, what could be the positive intention behind Winky's character? What could be the positive intention behind including a group that prefers oppression and enslavement in the Harry Potter series, especially when the Harry Potter series does not end with the enslavement ending. That's not really tackled because we're supposed to understand that house elves like it. Just like Ron said, house elves like it. I don't see any positive benefit from teaching the message that some groups prefer oppression. Number 19 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Molly Weasley. There are 3 key messages that I believe Molly Weasley's character teaches children. The first of which is, good mothers only think about being mothers and their children. The second of which is, women are overly emotional, which makes them less logical and easier to manipulate than men. And the third of which is, girls don't want to have fun. Girls don't want to have fun. No, they don't want to have fun. There's a little side message that Molly Weasley teaches in the second book that I want to touch on first, and I absolutely hate it. And it is that public humiliation is an acceptable form of punishment for children. And in fact, it's a form of punishment that the best mothers will choose. After Harry and Ron steal the flying car in the second book and crash into the Whomping Willow, Ron gets a howler from Molly Weasley. That is a red envelope. And everybody knows, he got a howler. He has to open it immediately or it will open on its own accord and start yelling at him. So he opens it and it starts yelling at him and screaming at him. And that's good. It teaches him a lesson. There's no difference between the howler and posting your kid on Facebook and being like, this kid didn't eat all his dinner. Tell him how much he sucks, Facebook. Or putting a sign on your child and having them stand on the corner and the sign says, I disobeyed my dad and now I have to wear this sign. Public humiliation is not a chill, normal form of punishment. And Molly Weasley embarrassing her son in front of hundreds of people in the Great Hall is not good parenting. She makes him vulnerable to bullies. I get wanting your kid to learn a lesson, but that lesson should not involve giving their bullies some fodder, some material, so that they can bully them better. Another little horrible side detail about Molly Weasley comes in the second book when George says, yeah, Mum's always wishing we had a house elf to do the ironing, said George. But all we've got is a lousy old ghoul in the attic and gnomes in the garden. House elves come with big old manors and castles and places like that. You wouldn't catch one in our house. Our house? Okay, so not only does Molly Weasley want a house elf to do the ironing, which... your magic, bitch. Just use your magic. Why do you need a house elf? Why do you need to have a slave to do that? But also, Molly's lack of house elf here is framed as something I'm supposed to feel bad for the Weasleys about. Aw, poor Weasleys. They're too poor to enslave someone. Gosh, it's hard for those Weasleys. Okay, on to girls and women are overly emotional, which makes them less logical and easier to manipulate. Remember Gilderoy Lockhart, the total con fraud who stole other witches and wizards' achievements and then passed them off as his own? And to do that, he also erased the memories of those witches and wizards. Well, who was his biggest fan? None other than Molly Weasley. She was Gilderoy Lockhart's biggest fan. She was so overly charmed just by looking at him, because every girl from the most motherly mother to the most logical, smart Hermione is just taken over when they feel attraction. When they see a blonde guy with a toothy grin, oh, they can't help. They cannot help but fall in love. Even after the second book, when Ginny is taken to the Chamber of Secrets by Voldemort, and Gilderoy Lockhart really does not want to go and help and tries to erase Ron's memory to get out of helping, Molly Weasley is still reading and using Gilderoy Lockhart's books. Then in the fourth book, when Rita Skeeter is writing horrible lies about Harry and Hermione and saying that Hermione broke Harry's heart, Molly falls for it, hook, line, and sinker. Doesn't even occur to her to check in with any of the people that she actually knows involved in this Rita Skeeter story to see if it's true. And she immediately starts taking it out on Hermione. For Easter, she sent Harry these big old chocolate egg and Ron a big old chocolate egg, but Hermione's egg was this big. It was just the size of a regular chicken's egg, because Molly Weasley believed exactly what it said on the paper, and she's petty and resentful, and she wants to punish Hermione for not wanting to date Harry. And this is the world's best mother, you guys. In the fifth book, we get an entire chapter dedicated to how overly emotional Molly is, and it is called The Woes of Mrs. Weasley. She's just sobbing and crying and upset, and she's trying to shield Harry from the truth because she's worried about him and she doesn't want him to have a big burden on his shoulders, but that's the wrong thing to do. Molly is just clouded by her concern for Harry and her emotions and doesn't see logically in this situation that Harry needs to know certain things. Anyways, Molly is dealing with a boggart that she found in Sirius Black's house. And a boggart is that creature that we don't know what it looks like when nobody's watching, because it turns into whatever the person with it fears the most. And for most people, it turns into something like a spider or a clown. But for Molly, it turns into her children dead, and Harry dead, and Arthur dead, and it's switching between dead Arthur, dead Ron, dead George, dead Fred, dead Harry. And she's sobbing and sobbing and sobbing, and we are meant to feel pity for her, but we're also meant to understand that this is just how mothers act, right? They can't keep themselves together because they are too controlled by their emotions. In the sixth and seventh books, Molly shows how being a mother can cloud one's judgment, make them illogical and petty and jealous of their son's girlfriend. Molly Weasley is weirdly mean and cruel to Fleur Delacour, who is dating Bill. And it feels like it's because Fleur's pretty. That's the main thing about Fleur's character, is that she's super pretty, and all of the female characters in Harry Potter react to her in the same cold way, and Molly is no exception. Why does she care? Why does she care if there's a pretty girl? And it clouds her judgment so much, her motherly protectiveness over Bill, that when Bill gets attacked by a werewolf and is left with a hideous scar, she assumes Fleur's gonna leave him. And she's like, oh, this is so sad, particularly because you are going to get married. And Fleur's like, what do you mean, going to get married? Well, here, let me do that again. What do you mean, going to get married? And then she's like, well, I just assumed that you were a shallow bitch and that you would leave my son. And Fleur's like, but I am not a shallow bitch. I am hot enough for the two of us. Fleur is one of my favorite characters in the entire book. Finally, let's talk about Molly Weasley's girls don't want to have fun, girls are nags energy. out of Molly and Arthur. Molly is the one that yells at the kids, that disciplines the kids, that bursts their bubbles whenever they're having too much fun. When Fred and George decide to open a joke shop, nothing could be more disappointing to Molly. Her son being entrepreneurs, that seems like an achievement to me, but she just says, ugh, no ambition. Can't even see the ambition in her children when it's written across their foreheads. What's more ambitious than wanting to open a business? But she just can't help but compare her sons to her other sons and want them to fit in this stereotypical mold of success. And Fred and George don't do that, and so she has to be rude about their dreams. In the fourth book, also, a key detail, Molly does not attend the Quidditch World Cup. She stays home and does the shopping, does the school shopping. Because Molly would hate an event like the Quidditch World Cup. Fun with the family? No, leave Molly at home. Make her go to Diagon Alley by herself. Make her buy the children's school supplies by herself, uncomplainingly. And then let's have her waiting anxiously for them to return after the dark events that occur at the Quidditch World Cup. Girls don't want to have fun. Molly's whole thing is being a mom, and moms aren't supposed to have fun, similarly to house elves, I guess. So she doesn't have any hobbies outside of the hobbies that benefit her children. She knits, but she does that for her kids. She knits sweaters for her kids. She cooks, she gardens. She doesn't particularly enjoy these things. She just does them because she's a good mom. But we don't see any of Molly's personality outside of being a mother. In fact, even when she kills Bellatrix Lestrange at the end of the 7th book, it's not just because she's a regular badass. It's because she's a mommy badass. And she says, "Not my daughter, you bitch." Because she's powerful in a mom way. Number 18 in my top 3 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew is a character that teaches children a lesson that every parent wants their child to learn, and that's that being beautiful on the outside does matter, because being ugly on the outside correlates to being ugly on the inside. Let me read you the description of Peter Pettigrew that we get the very first time we see Peter Pettigrew. He was a very short man, hardly taller than Harry and Hermione. Harry and Hermione are 13 at the time, and Peter's shorter than that. Not hot. His thin, colorless hair was unkempt, and there was a large bald patch on top. He had the shrunken appearance of a plump man who had lost a lot of weight in a short time. His skin looked grubby, almost like Scabbers' fur, and something of the rat lingered around his pointed nose and very small, watery eyes. If you don't know the story of Peter Pettigrew, let me give it to you real quick. Peter, James, Sirius, and Lupin were all best friends at Hogwarts, and Remus Lupin is a werewolf and would turn into the werewolf once a month, and his friends figured that out, and they decided to do something dangerous and illegal so that they could help support their friend, and they turned themselves into animaguses. Animagi? People who can turn into an animal form at will, and James is a stag, and Sirius is a big black dog, and fat, ugly Peter is a rat, of course. But they continue to have a grand old time running around at school together. Fast forward to when Harry is 1 year old. And the Potters have Sirius as their secret keeper in terms of he knows the Potter's address, and nobody else can know the Potter's address as long as he keeps it to himself. But he knows that there is a betrayer amongst them, and he assumes that that betrayer is Lupin, and he decides to trick the Dark Lord by switching the Secret Keeper last minute and switches the Secret Keeper to Peter Pettigrew. But Peter Pettigrew was in a league with Voldemort, of course. So that turned out to be a really bad decision that got Harry killed. And then Sirius is confronting Peter Pettigrew after the fact. And Peter Pettigrew killed 12 people. And then turned himself into a rat so that everybody thought that Sirius killed 12 people. And Sirius is sent to Azkaban. And then he sees a newspaper that Ron is in because he went to Egypt. And when a boy goes to Egypt, he's photographed by the newspaper. No, he won a newspaper prize, so it made sense, I guess, for the newspaper to photograph him. Anyways. And he sees Peter Pettigrew on Ron's shoulder, and he's like, I've got to get to Hogwarts to kill that guy. The reason I have an issue with Peter Pettigrew, and the reason I believe that he teaches children the message that being ugly on the outside correlates to being ugly on the inside, and fat people are inherently less trustworthy than thin people, is because we are not given a satisfying explanation as to why he would betray his friends of decades, get James killed, be the one that actively gets Lily and James killed. He says, I'm not like you guys. I had to, like, Voldemort was rising, I had to switch teams. He didn't even know Voldemort. He did not even know this man. And we're supposed to believe that just because he's weak, he was comfortable getting his friend killed? That was something he was willing to do? And he was their friend all throughout school and after school and hung around them all the time. But his loyalty is nothing because you know how ugly people are. Ready to abandon their friends at the drop of a hat. J.K. Rowling has a bad habit of making her villains ugly. Most of her villains are ugly, and she always gives them small, black, beady eyes, as opposed to big, light, European eyes, I suppose. But with Peter, it's not just that she made her villain ugly. It's like she made the reason he's a villain the fact that he's ugly. Number 17 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Sirius Black. Sirius is not a good guy. He is not good for goodness sakes. We see him bully Snape just for fun with James in Snape's memory. Just for fun. Hey, you want to do something fun? You want to ridicule that ugly guy? That's Sirius. The only reason that he's in Gryffindor is because he loves pissing off mommy and daddy. He's the guy who's always telling you about how racist his family is just so that he can tell you an anecdote about how he owned his racist family. But meanwhile, nobody needed to hear the vile things that his racist family said. But he had to share them so that he could show how good he was in comparison. Yeah, I mean, he covers his whole room in Gryffindor paraphernalia just to piss off mommy and daddy. He had the opportunity to share his newfound tolerance and understanding and acceptance with members of his family, particularly Regulus Black, who we know eventually turns on Voldemort. How helpful would it have been for Regulus to have seen a kind helping hand in his brother rather than someone who was just so pompously self-satisfied about being different from his family? Besides all that, Sirius's main message as a character is that if somebody wrongs you, vengeance is the answer. In The Prisoner of Azkaban, Sirius escapes prison and heads straight to Hogwarts to kill Peter Pettigrew. He is in this tunnel vision of vengeance, but Peter Pettigrew is not a threat at that point to Harry and Ron or anyone else in the castle. This man has lived as a rat for 13 years. The urgency was entirely unnecessary. And what did Sirius's single-minded pursuit of vengeance do to the wizarding world and the wizarding community? It left them paralyzed with terror. There are Dementors, creatures that can suck your soul out of your body, floating around Hogwarts, guarding Hogwarts, making his godson pass out semi-regularly. And that's because of Sirius. That's because Sirius is there. And then Sirius breaks into the castle. He shreds the fat lady's portrait. He gets into Gryffindor's common room and he attempts to kill Peter Pettigrew. And he is on top of Ron and terrifies Ron. Terrifies Ron, right? When he's trying to get Peter, poor Ron is there scared. And it doesn't matter, right? All the people that Sirius leaves terrified don't matter because it's his single-minded pursuit of vengeance that matters. And even when he reveals Peter, he almost kills Peter before Peter gets a chance to say words and incriminate himself, before Harry gets a chance to learn the truth, because he's just so focused on that vengeance. He's not focused on Harry's safety. He's just focused on himself and the feeling that he wants to feel and that bloodlust. And it's never pushed back on, right? Nobody ever says, wonder if he should have maybe gone about this in a different way because he left everyone terrified for a year. No. Once we learn the truth, oh, how understandable. Yeah, of course. Of course you broke into the castle more than once and made everyone piss themselves. What else could you have done? Number 16 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, it's Argus Filch. Filch is another one of those characters that teaches that being ugly on the outside correlates to being ugly on the inside. He also teaches that untalented people are just seething and stewing in bitterness and jealousy. So what does Filch look like? He has a hunchback and hunched shoulders. He has bulging pale eyes and sunken veined cheeks and long hair with a bald spot on the top of his head, like Peter Pettigrew. And he has quivery jowls and a horrible pouchy pasty face. Okay, so great. In addition to looking the way he does, Filch is also a squib. He is one of the only squibs in the series, and a squib is a character that was born to magical parents but does not have any magic of his own. And being this untalented squib has just filled this man with hatred and bitterness to the point where his main ambition is to torture children. He works as the caretaker at Hogwarts, and every year he petitions Dumbledore for the right to hang children up with chains by their ankles. That's something that Dumbledore's aware of. He knows that he hired a man that wants to torture children, but that's okay, because Squib is just pathetic, right? And Dumbledore pities him. So, yeah, he's gonna hire the guy that wants to torture kids. What else is that guy gonna do? But other than a few offhanded remarks about his desire to torture children, what does Mr. Filch actually do that deserves the level of hatred he's treated with in these books? I mean, he just did his job, right? There's one scene in Chamber of Secrets where he's like, water again in the hallways? Ugh, this is going to take me forever to clean up. And with that line, I was like, a witch or wizard could literally get rid of this in a second. Yet Dumbledore hired a person without magic to do this job. Why? Surely there are other jobs he could do, maybe away from children or in the Muggle world. what dignity is there in manually cleaning all these witches and wizards' messes when it would take them one snap of a finger, and by snap of a finger I mean wave of a wand, to get rid of the mess completely? Other than constantly cleaning up messes, Mr. Filch just tries to enforce the rules and is constantly undermined by his co-workers. Dumbledore starts every year with a speech, and he says, Mr. Filch would like me to remind you that magic is prohibited in the corridors. But by saying Mr. Filch would like me to remind you, he's completely undermining Mr. Filch, and he's saying, I don't really think that you need to not do magic in the corridors, but you guys know old grumpy ugly ass Mr. Filch and how he doesn't want you to have fun like I want you to have fun, but I hired him anyway. Because look at how pathetic this guy is, right? Filch doesn't actually torture any children. He just does his job. For the entirety of this series, he is just doing the job he was hired to do. And so it doesn't make sense that he is so heavily vilified by everybody in the series, from the headmaster to the first year students. And the only real reasons that we're given as to why he's such a villain is that he's a squib. You know how jealous people are. They torture children. And he's ugly. Have you seen the guy? What's not to hate? Number 15 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, it's Arthur Weasley. Arthur Weasley. This frickin' guy. The first thing that this frickin' guy does that really pisses me off is he is constantly undermining his wife's parenting. For example, in the second book, Fred, George, and Ron steal the flying car to break Harry out of the Dursleys' home and bring him back to the Burrow. And rightfully, Molly is upset with this because it was incredibly dangerous and illegal. And they had planned to go get Harry within the next couple of days if he didn't respond anyway. But did the boys ask, hey, Mom and Dad, I'm worried about Harry. Do you think we can go get him? No, they jumped straight to stealing a car and flying it across the country. And then when Arthur gets home, Molly's like, do you want to hear what your shithead sons did? And he's like, oh. But then eventually he hears what his shithead sons did. He can't help himself for even a second. He can't suppress his glee for even a second so that he can appropriately parent his children. He's like, really? Really? How far? He's so excited. There it goes. There goes the discipline that Molly is trying to instill in her children. There goes the messages that Molly is trying to teach her children. Arthur's just happy they broke the rules. But no wonder this frickin' guy, is happy that they broke the rules, because he breaks the rules all the time. In fact, let's talk about it. He is the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts department. His job is to prevent people from enchanting Muggle artifacts that could end up back in Muggles' hands and potentially jeopardize the statute of secrecy. But instead of focusing on enforcing those laws, he focuses on writing laws that have big old loopholes that make it actually legal for him to do all the modifying of Muggle artifacts that he wants. His job is to stop people from doing exactly what he does all the time. And then when Harry and Ron steal the car to go to Hogwarts and they crash into the Whomping Willow, and Molly sends a howler being like, your father is facing an inquiry at work and it's entirely your fault. But is it? Because he's the one who illegally modified a car when his whole job is to prevent people from doing stuff like that. It feels like it's at least partially Arthur's fault that he's facing an inquiry at work. Arthur acts like your classic boomer dad. Like, my wife is a ball and chain, but she's my ball and chain. He acts like she's a nag. He acts like he's afraid of her. Like, oh, I better do this thing because Molly wants me to do it, even though I don't particularly believe it's important. That's how you support your wife, is by doing things while letting your children know you don't really think they're important to do. He has to be the fun parent 100% of the time. He models a really misogynistic dynamic between husband and wife, and one that Ron certainly takes on in the way that he treats Hermione. And I just think this guy sucks. Number 14 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Dolores Umbridge. In my video, The Top 28 Female Characters in Harry Potter, I talk about how Dolores Umbridge teaches the message that there is something inherently sinister about feminine things. And it turns out I'm right, and so much worse. J.K. Rowling took to the website formerly known as Pottermore.com to tell us the origin of Dolores Umbridge's character, and let me just share that with you. Once, long ago, I took instruction in a certain skill or subject. I am being vague as vague can be for reasons that are about to become obvious, and in doing so, came into contact with a teacher or instructor whom I disliked intensely on sight. The woman in question returned my antipathy with interest. Why we took against each other so instantly, heartily, and, on my side at least, irrationally, I honestly cannot say. What sticks in my mind is her pronounced taste for twee accessories. I particularly recall a tiny plastic bow slide, pale lemon in color, that she wore in her short curly hair. I used to stare at that little slide, which would have been appropriate to a girl of 3, as though it was some kind of repellent physical growth. She was quite a stocky woman, and not in the first flush of youth, and her tendency to wear frills where I felt frills had no business being, and to carry undersized handbags, again as though they had been borrowed from a child's dressing up box, jarred, I felt, with a personality that I found to be the reverse of innocent and ingenuous. I am always a little wary when talking about these kinds of sources of inspiration because it is infuriating to hear yourself misinterpreted in ways that can cause other people a great deal of hurt. This woman was not the real Dolores Umbridge. She did not look like a toad. She was never sadistic or vicious to me or anyone else, and I never heard her express a single view in common with Umbridge. Indeed, I never knew her well enough to know much about her views or preferences, which makes my dislike of her even less justifiable. Yeah, I would say that. However, it is true to say that I borrowed from her, then grossly exaggerated, a taste for the sickly, sweet, and girlish in dress, and it was that tiny, pale lemon plastic bow that I was remembering when I perched the fly-like ornament on Dolores Umbridge's head. I have noticed more than once in life that a taste for the ineffably twee, and twee is British for cutesy, can go hand in hand with a distinctly uncharitable outlook on the world. I once shared an office with a woman who had covered the wall space behind her desk with pictures of fluffy kitties. She was the most bigoted, spiteful champion of the death penalty with whom it has ever been my misfortune to share a kettle. A love of all things saccharine often seems present where there is a lack of real warmth or charity. So, Dolores, who is one of the characters for whom I feel purest dislike, became an amalgam of traits taken from these and a variety of sources. Her desire to control, to punish, and to inflict pain, all in the name of law and order, are, I think, every bit as reprehensible as Lord Voldemort's unvarnished espousal of evil. Okay, JK. I don't think it's going to be an issue that people are going to read all of that and assume that the woman that you're describing is the real Dolores Umbridge or shares any opinions with the real Dolores Umbridge, because by your own admission, you just hated her on sight. And by your own admission, you didn't have a good reason to hate her at all. You just didn't like her because she had a yellow bow in her hair. And you thought she was too freaking old and stocky to be wearing a bow in her hair. And you thought that her tiny handbag was just so aggravatingly stupid. Then, JK, you go on to claim that you've noticed frequently that women who like things that are ineffably twee, women who are attracted to cutesy things like pictures of kittens, are hiding something sinister about them. And how did you come to that conclusion? One coworker one time. You had one coworker one time that liked feminine things, and so that led you to the conclusion that older women who like feminine things are evil. This whole I hated her on sight comes across so thoroughly in Dolores Umbridge's character because J.K. Rowling never feels the need to give us an explanation as to why Dolores Umbridge is this way, the way she does with Voldemort, the way she does with Snape. No. She just thinks that looking this way, looking the way that Dolores Umbridge looks, is worthy of being hated on sight. So it doesn't occur to her that she should explain why this woman is the way she is. Just look at her. She likes twee things, the evil woman. Number 13 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Hermione Granger. The first message that Hermione Granger's character teaches that I would like to talk about is that women and girls are valuable because of the labor they do for men and boys. Whoa, new shirt, old shirt. In the first book in the Harry Potter series, Ron and Harry are pretty much dicks to Hermione for the first couple of months at school, but then there's nothing that solidifies a friendship like taking on a fully grown mountain troll, so Hermione becomes their friend, and Harry has this to say on Hermione becoming their friend. It was really lucky that Harry now had Hermione as a friend. He didn't know how he'd have gotten through all his homework without her. Aw, isn't that so sweet? What with the last-minute Quidditch practice Wood was making them do, she had also lent him Quidditch Through the Ages, which turned out to be a very interesting read. Do you hear that? Harry enjoys having Hermione as a friend because she helps him with his homework and lent him a book he likes. Hermione continues to do Harry and Ron's homework throughout the series. Numerous times throughout the series, there are at least 10 mentions of Hermione doing Harry and Ron's homework throughout the series, but she won't let them just copy off of her because how else will they learn? She'll just edit their homework to the point where it says an entirely new thing once Hermione's done with it. But if there was ever any doubt as to why Harry likes having Hermione as a friend, he clears it up in the Goblet of Fire when Ron's all jealous and mad at him because he is one of so many brothers and just wants attention, and Harry always gets the attention. Harry has this to say. Harry liked Hermione very much, but she just wasn't the same as Ron. There was much less laughter and a lot more hanging out around the library when Hermione was your best friend. Girls don't want to have fun. Whoa, they don't want to have fun. The message that women are valuable because of the labor they do for men and boys is present elsewhere in the novels. Molly Weasley certainly conveys that message too, but the reason I think it's particularly insidious coming through Hermione's character is that little girls might think that in order to be a chill, cool girl, they have to do their male friends' homework. that it's normal for a girl to do those things for the boys in her life. That's just being a good friend. And as a girl, you're just so much better at those kinds of things than boys are, because boys are busy thinking about Quidditch and other stuff and what's really going on in your brain that you don't have time to do your boy friends' homework for them. Hermione also teaches a little anti-self-love. If you don't like something about yourself, just change it. If you don't like something about yourself, a feature of yours, that's probably because it's ugly, right? And it would be better if it were gone. In the fourth book, Hermione is jinxed and her teeth are growing out of control, and Snape looks at her and someone's like, "Look, Snape, her teeth." And Snape's like, "I see no difference." Regardless, she goes to Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, and Madame Pomfrey is shrinking her teeth, and Hermione lets Madame Pomfrey shrink the teeth past the size that her teeth actually were. And that's so clever of Hermione to modify her body. She's so much more attractive now that those big old buck teeth are out of the way. Jeez. Can't little girls just be taught that they're beautiful the way they are and to love themselves? If I had buck teeth as a child, I would feel disappointed by that little inclusion. Oh, this character that has something that's like me, turns out that's a flaw. That's a big old flaw. That this really smart woman who is valued for her intellect and who has intellectual aspirations and goals still wanted to fix, because women are ultimately shallow and the world is ultimately shallow, and it's best to make yourself as palatable looking as possible. Hermione also gives us a little of that. Women are overly emotional and that clouds their judgment. The first time is when Hermione, the smartest witch in her year, completely falls for Gilderoy Lockhart. This 12-year-old is so blinded by the blonde man with the toothy grin that she unquestioningly believes all of the things in his book, and in fact embarrasses the heck out of herself on the first day of his class when they're all given a quiz about Lockhart's books, and Hermione gets 100% right, including Lockhart's favorite color and everything else. And she's a smart girl, but she can't see past her attraction. She can't see past the lies, even though they're so obvious. Gilderoy has never displayed good teaching, has never displayed the skills that he claims to have, but still, Hermione's an idiot like the rest of them and wants his autograph like the rest of them, because even the smartest witch of the year is still shallow and silly. And then we have Hermione and the house elves. Starting in the fourth book, Hermione becomes passionate about the rights of house elves, partially because of her interactions with Winky and seeing how poorly Winky is treated, and she starts an organization called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, or maybe Protection of Elfish Welfare. Regardless, the acronym is SPEW, and that's a joke, right? It's like Hermione is just spewing stuff. She doesn't really get it. And that's a whole part of her advocacy storyline, is that she doesn't really get house elves. She's so clouded by what she would want that she doesn't understand that house elves prefer being enslaved. And in fact, she starts knitting a bunch of hats and leaves them in the Gryffindor common room, hoping to unwittingly freeze the house elves, but she saw how Winky reacted to being freed. She knew that Winky thought that was a devastating thing. She knows that the majority of house elves think that's a devastating thing, but she's so blinded by her sense of righteous justice that she leaves out all these hats, and then the house elves stop coming to the Gryffindor common room except for Dobby because nobody wants to get freed. It's all messed up, right? Like, the way she goes about advocacy is not a way that advocates would recommend, where you simply do not talk to the group that you are advocating for and make a bunch of assumptions about what they want. But also, it's ridiculous that there's a group in this book that enjoys being enslaved. And Harry and Ron always serve to remind you of how ridiculous Hermione is with her rants and raves. And that's what they are positioned as, is ranting. She's just ranting. She doesn't know what she's doing, poor girl, but her heart's in the right place. It's a mess. Finally, Hermione teaches us that women are petty, jealous, and insecure in the way that she treats Fleur Delacour. Her and Ginny team up to be the ultimate mean girls together and relentlessly bully and talk shit about Fleur. They call her Phlegm. Isn't that hilarious? Here's a little tidbit of a conversation about Fleur. They're talking about how Molly Weasley keeps inviting Nymphadora Tonks over to try to get Bill's attention and get him to abandon Fleur for this other woman because she's so much more preferable because she's not as pretty. Here we go. Jenny says, about Tonks. She's a damn sight nicer than Phlegm, said Ginny. And she's more intelligent. She's an aura, said Hermione from the corner. Fleur's not stupid. She was good enough to enter the Triwizard Tournament, said Harry. Not you as well, said Hermione bitterly. Ew. Not you as well? To what? Fleur is intelligent. She was smart enough to get into the Triwizard Tournament. It's just so gross that J.K. Rowling wrote Hermione and Ginny to treat Fleur this way when Fleur's not done anything wrong. It reminds me of J.K. Rowling's describing how she instantly hated her teacher on sight because she was wearing a bow. Ginny and Hermione instantly hate Fleur on sight because she's pretty. And that sucks. 12 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, this frickin' guy. Dumbledore teaches a lot of harmful messages throughout Harry Potter. The first one that I'm going to talk about, which I think is potentially the most dangerous message in all of Harry Potter, is that loving adults will ask children to keep secrets for them and break rules for them. Dumbledore starts modeling an inappropriate student-teacher relationship right from book 1. Around Christmas time, Harry and Ron are sneaking around the castle and they find the Mirror of Erised. Erised spelled backwards is desire. Woo! J.K. Rowling really did something there, didn't she? Regardless, they find this mirror, and when Ron looks into the mirror, he sees himself as head boy because Ron's main thing is how jealous he is of the attention that his other brothers get. But when Harry looks into the mirror, he sees himself surrounded by family because that's what Harry really wants, is just his family. And one of the nights where Harry snuck out and he's just staring at himself in the mirror, suddenly Dumbledore's there. And he's chatting with Harry. And they're talking about what Harry sees in the mirror. And Dumbledore says, and it showed your friend Ron himself as head boy. And Harry says, how did you know? And Dumbledore says, I don't need a cloak to become invisible. What the actual heck here, Dumbly? So you have been following these children around, keeping yourself invisible during Christmas time? That's how you decided to spend your Christmas holidays? Is by watching these children in the dark, in the shadows? Creepy. At the end of the Sorcerer's Stone, Dumbledore says a line that took me aback, that made me say, oh? He says, "The truth," Dumbledore sighed, "is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution." What? So it's better to lie sometimes? Because the truth is so beautiful and terrible that not everybody can handle it. Only Dumbledore, with his superior intellect and age, can handle the truth. What a weird message. What a weird message. The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing. And then at the end of the Sorcerer's Stone, we get this little exchange between Ron, Harry, and Hermione. "Do you think he meant you to do it?" said Ron, "sending you your father's cloak and everything?" "Well," Hermione exploded, "if he did, I mean to say, that's terrible. You could have been killed." "Yeah." And then Harry says, "No, it isn't," said Harry thoughtfully. "He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he sort of wanted to give me a chance. I think he knows more or less everything that goes on here, because he turns himself invisible and watches children when they think they're alone. You know, I reckon he had a pretty good idea we were going to try, and instead of stopping us, he just taught us enough to help. I don't think it was an accident he let me find out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort, if I could." Hermione's right. It is absolutely 1000% terrible that Dumbledore left the invisibility cloak for Harry so that he would attempt to take on Voldemort himself. I'm sorry. Harry's 11. Look, I get we're not going to have just 11-year-old scenarios. Harry's a magic boy. But does an adult have to be so actively involved in putting a child at risk this way? And does that have to be framed as something that's positive? That shows Dumbledore believes in Harry because he let him take on the guy that almost killed him when he was a baby and that did murder his mother and father? That's not loving. That's not helpful. That's not a good teacher. By the 6th book, Harry is having all these one-on-one sessions with Dumbledore late night, 8 p.m. in his office, and Dumbledore is showing Harry Voldemort's memories and teaching him about the Horcruxes, and he tells Harry that he can't tell anybody else about this, that the only people that he can tell are Hermione and Ron. So Dumbledore knowingly decides to burden 3 children with the knowledge of how to kill Voldemort. And because Dumbledore is Dumbledore, he wouldn't have asked Harry and Ron and Hermione to keep this secret if it wasn't important. And Harry keeping the secret is never questioned as the thing that he should do. But what would have been so dangerous about Harry sharing this knowledge with one adult? With one of them, with Lupin, with the Weasleys, with somebody that was not a child. Well, part of the reason that Dumbledore is comfortable asking children to keep loaded secrets like this is because he believes in for the greater good, in the idea that some things need to be done some people need to be sacrificed for the greater good. In the 7th book, we get a little of Dumbledore's backstory. And when he was 17 years old, he was good friends with Gellert Grindelwald. And they exchanged multiple letters about how wizards and witches rightfully belong at the top of society, and that subjugating muggles would be for the greater good. Grindelwald is a stand-in for Hitler. The whole Gellert Grindelwald storyline happens and ends in 1945. And then, talking about Grindelwald, I know Bathilda thought it was just all talk, but for the greater good became Grindelwald's slogan. This is Hermione saying this. His justification for all the atrocities he committed later. And from that, it looks like Dumbledore gave him the idea. They say for the greater good was carved over the entrance to Nermengard. What's Nermengard? The prison Grindelwald had built to hold his opponents. He ended up in there himself once Dumbledore had caught him. Nermengard. Sounds German. Dumbledore was aligned with the wizarding equivalent of Hitler, but he's still a good guy? Ultimately, Dumbledore never really stops believing in this idea of for the greater good because he's willing to sacrifice Harry if it means that the wizarding world at large could be okay. He didn't work that hard to find another solution. He just hoped that if Harry went into his death willingly, that he would survive, but he did not know that for sure. And if Harry would have died, it would have all been for the greater good, and that's why he had to tell Ron and Hermione about the whole deal, so that if he did end up dying by Voldemort's hand, one of them could finish it. That's the only reason Dumbledore allowed Harry to confide in his friends, was so that there's somebody else to take up this mantle if Harry did die. I know that it's reckoned with to an extent, Dumbledore's past. It's talked about. Harry finds it disappointing. But at the end of the day, Dumbledore is still a good guy, and I find it to be such a choice for J.K. Rowling to have this good guy, best headmaster at Hogwarts ever guy, twinkling eyes guy, previously be somebody who was friends with Wizard Hitler. Dumbledore also never stops believing that some groups are inherently better than others. In the Goblet of Fire, Ron and Hermione and Dumbledore and Harry are having a conversation, and Hermione is talking about how Barty Crouch Sr. being cruel to Winky was evidence of him lacking in character. And Ron's like, oh, come on, Hermione, not this house elf stuff again. And then Dumbledore says, she's got the measure of Crouch better than you have, Ron. If you want to know what a man's like, take a good look at how he treats his inferiors, not his equals. Ew. So Winky is Crouch's inferior? If you really believed in equality, you would believe that they were equals on a fundamental level. And yeah, maybe one is positioned higher than the other in society right now. But to call house elves the inferiors of witches and wizards, it says a lot. I think. Dumbledore is supposed to be this best headmaster that Hogwarts has ever had, but he is constantly prioritizing the education, know-how, practical experience of children over their safety. In the first book, He allows for Harry, Draco, Neville, and Hermione to be taken into the Forbidden Forest at 11 p.m. as punishment, as detention. There's a unicorn that's been attacked in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid says that he's never known a unicorn to be hurt. This is an anomaly. This is not an occurrence that should be happening. What a great time to bring 11-year-olds into the forest. And of course, Dumbledore very much encourages Harry to take on Voldemort in his way by leaving the invisibility cloak and all that. And then in the second book, Dumbledore thinks it's more important to keep the school open than the safety of children, particularly Muggle-born students. There's a snake. There's a creature on the loose that's attacking all the Muggle-born students. Let's shut it down, Dumbly. Why on earth was the school still open? That's stupid. And then in the third book, Dumbledore knows that Sirius is not the bad guy. And he knows that Buckbeak is not the bad guy. So he asks Harry and Hermione to use Hermione's time turner to fix it all. Seriously? That's your solution? Is have the 13-year-olds go out and fix it? Oh, okay. And then, don't get me started on the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore insisted that Harry had to be in the Triwizard Tournament because his name was in the Goblet of Fire. And McGonagall's like, what? What do you mean, Dumble? What do you mean? He's 14. He shouldn't be competing in this dangerous tournament, particularly when somebody put him in this tournament because they want him dead. And Dumbledore's like, sorry. What can I do? What can we do? The cup spoke. The cup has spoken. Okay. And then in the fifth book, Dumbledore knows that Voldemort is entering Harry's mind. And he's like, okay, what should I do? I have a vulnerable student whose mind is getting invaded by Voldemort. Let's send him to Snape. Let's send him to the guy that hates him on principle, that hates his father on principle, that has this huge grudge that he needs to work out. Let's let that guy break into Harry's mind. And if Dumbledore is supposed to be the best headmaster Hogwarts has ever had, I guess the lesson he's teaching about leadership is that a good leader will hire people just because he has a personal connection with them and because he pities them. I mean, let's look at the teaching choices of Dumbledore. Quirrell, okay, maybe you believe 2 is going to be okay. Gilderoy Lockhart, he actively knew was not going to be a good teacher. And when someone's like, why'd you hire him if you knew that? Dumbledore's like, even the worst teachers can teach us something about the world. Oh, cool. Cool. So you hired this guy knowing that he's a total fraud, total con. Because even the worst teachers can teach us something about the world. All right. Third book, we've got Lupin, who is not fully in control of himself and is a danger to the people around him. But he's somebody that Dumbledore likes, so of course. Then we've got Mad-Eye Moody. I know that wasn't the real Mad-Eye Moody, but Dumbledore signed off on fake Mad-Eye Moody performing the unforgivable curses on spiders for the class. Dumbledore signed off on Moody performing the Cruacious curse, the torturing curse, in front of Neville, whose parents have lost their minds because of the Cruacious curse. And he hired this guy who has a magical eye that can see through clothes. There's this really creepy moment in the Goblet of Fire where At the Yule Ball, Moody looks through Harry's robes and is like, "Nice socks, Potter." What? This guy's allowed to work with kids? Okay. Besides the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, look at his other staff choices. Snape. Well, Dumbledore believes in Snape. And if you believe in somebody, that means you should hire them to teach children, even if they are incredibly cruel to children. Dumbledore knows that Snape's mean as hell to these kids. And that's okay, because that's just how Snape is. And Dumbledore knows that Snape loved Lily Potter, so that makes all of this okay. All right. And then we've got Trelawney, which Dumbledore knows drinks her cooking sherry just to get her through the day and has only really had 1 or 2 real prophecies and predicts the death of a student at the beginning of every school year. And he hired her because she made that one real prophecy in front of him because he didn't know what else to do, so that's a good staffing choice. And then there's Hagrid. Hagrid is not a qualified teacher. He did not go past the 3rd year of school. He has a long history of underestimating the danger of magical creatures, but Dumbledore believes in Hagrid, so he hires Hagrid to teach. And then there's Filch. Dumbledore hires this guy to be the caretaker that actively wants to torture children because he pities Filch, because he feels bad for the guy, because he's a squib. Bad choices. The education of the children, the safety of the children should come first. And filling up a staff with incompetent people does not a good headmaster make. And Dumbledore's also teaching that teachers don't really matter, with that line about how even the worst teachers can teach you something. It's like Dumbledore's saying, I don't know, good teachers are impossible to find. Number 11, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Severus Snape. Okay, Snape. Okay, he loves the dark arts, so much so that Dumbledore did not trust him with the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor until the 6th book, because Dumbledore knew that his love of the dark arts was not a love of defending against them. It was for the arts themselves. Okay. He believes in the idea of pureblood superiority. He believes that Muggle-born people are inherently inferior to people with pure blood or more magical blood. Okay. He's incredibly cruel to Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, lots of other students throughout the entire Harry Potter series. He enjoys causing them emotional harm. Okay. He willingly joined Voldemort's forces because he believed in Voldemort's philosophy. All right. He overheard Trelawney delivering the prophecy about one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, and he ran to Voldemort to tell him about that prophecy, knowing that it would involve the death of a baby. Okay. But once he realized that that baby lived in the same house as the woman he's held an unrequited crush on for most of his life, Lily Potter, when he found out that Voldemort meant to kill Lily Potter, he felt bad about it. He felt guilty. That's not what he wanted. He didn't want Lily to die. He didn't give a damn about the baby, and certainly not James, but he did not want Lily to die. Okay. So he turns into a double agent because the fact that he didn't want Lily to die makes Dumbledore trust him implicitly. Okay. And by the end of the book, he's positioned as such a good guy that Harry names a son after him, Albus Severus Potter, poor thing. And he says that Severus is one of the bravest men he's ever known. Oh, Snape's one-sided obsession with Lily is not romantic. In the scenes where he's a kid with Lily, he is described as looking at her greedily. Greedily. Okay. He calls her a mudblood while they're at school. He loves the dark arts. He's never prevented from loving the dark arts because of his infatuation with Lily Potter. He sees her as an exception to the rule in terms of Muggle-born people, not proof that his prejudice is wrong. He, when he was dying, pulled Harry in close so that he could look into Harry's eyes as he died, because they're Lily's eyes, as we know so well. Gross. Really, really gross. His main thing that he loves about Lily is her eyes. He didn't know her. He didn't know her. He totally objectified her. He was just obsessed with her. And a guy like this in the real world would be so dangerous to you. And then when Dumbledore sees his Patronus and sees that it's a doe and says, after all this time, and he says, always. People have gotten that tattooed on themselves. I have seen multiple tattoos, not in real life, on the internet, of people who got always tattooed on them. Ew. J.K. Rowling, what on earth? What is this? Why are you portraying a totally toxic incel behavior guy as romantic? And what is that teaching children? That if somebody's just totally obsessed with them and won't leave them alone and can't stop looking at their eyes, that's nice. Number 10 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Remus Lupin. Lupin's character does teach some harmful messages to children, and I'll get into those in a second. But first I want to talk about the most insidious part of Lupin's character, which is what J.K. Rowling was trying to do with this character in her head. The allegory that she was trying to make. No, I don't think children were really picking up on this, but it's definitely worth talking about. On the website formerly known as Pottermore.com, J.K. Rowling tells us that werewolves in Harry Potter are supposed to represent the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Okay, with that in mind, what is she trying to say with Lupin? Well, in Lupin's child years, when he attends school, he is a danger to the children around him. Even with the best of precautions taken and the Whomping Willow planted, with the Shrieking shack for him to hide out in when he is in his werewolf form, he still almost kills Snape. Because ultimately the message is that he is dangerous. He doesn't want to be dangerous, but he just can't help it. And then, when he is a teacher at the school, he has Snape brewing this potion for him, but ultimately, he still has a night where he doesn't take his potion and he ends up potentially harming people. And he realizes that there's no place for him in a school because he's still dangerous to children. Even with the most robust precautions available taken, he is still dangerous to children by the very nature of being a werewolf. So, if you translate that to HIV/AIDS, J.K. Rowling is saying that people with HIV/AIDS are inherently dangerous to children? Are inherently dangerous to be around? I know she's trying to focus on the stigma and how that is an unwarranted stigma, but she makes it warranted. And then when you have Fenrir Greyback, who is somebody who is a werewolf and therefore represents HIV/AIDS and enjoys infecting children. That's what he does. Even when he's not a wolf, he still likes to bite people. So we have two werewolves, one of which tries his best not to be harmful, but still ends up being harmful occasionally. The other of which preys on children directly. That's his whole thing, is infecting children. Ma'am, if you're trying to say something about HIV/AIDS, maybe don't. Maybe don't try. Because what was that? What are you doing? And the fact that Lupin wears shabby clothes and is always not really put together and is not an excellent husband and all of that. What are you trying to say, JK? Because I'm reading it and I'm not seeing the message of acceptance and tolerance that you might think that you're conveying. Lupin is held up as the best defense against the dark arts teacher that the kids ever had. But he's not really an appropriate teacher at several points. The boggart lesson is not an appropriate lesson. To ask all of the students in your class to reveal their deepest fears to each other, to tackle their deepest fears in front of each other? What? No. The 13-year-olds can't know each other's deepest fears because they'll bully each other. And then Lupin encourages Neville to imagine Snape in his grandmother's clothes to get the Snape boggart to go away. He is openly mocking another teacher to his students. This is wildly inappropriate. He is the teacher that never left high school. He can't get over his schoolboy grudges enough to act like a responsible adult in front of children. That's the bare minimum. Then we have all of Lupin's private lessons with Harry, where he's teaching Harry how to defend himself against a Dementor. I know this isn't real life, but this is a children's book, and I think some pushback against the idea that it's normal for a teacher to take an extreme special interest in you is warranted, particularly when Harry is consistently in a vulnerable position in these lessons. He is passing out, and Lupin is waking him up with chocolate, and this is too intimate. This is too intimate of a dynamic to have with your teacher. If a little kid in real life thought a relationship like this was appropriate and normal for a teacher to have, they could be in a position to be abused. Okay, just saying. I know that this isn't real, but the children who read these books are real, and it would be nice if we had just a little bit of pushback against these relationships instead of them being held up as the ideal teacher relationship. Boundaries are important, and there were not enough boundaries in Lupin's relationships with his students. Lupin also prioritizes his own reputation above Harry's safety. He confiscates the Marauders map and he does not turn it in. He had an opportunity to give Dumbledore or whoever else a tool to help catch Sirius Black, who had been breaking into the castle and who he still believed to be a bad guy, but he did not do that. Okay. And finally, in the 7th book, he acts like a total ass. He has a pregnant wife and child, and he tries to abandon his pregnant wife and child to play hero with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and that is pushback on. Harry's like, what the heck are you doing, Lupin? You need to go back to your wife and kid, and Harry's absolutely right. But then, Lupin makes Harry the godfather of Teddy Lupin, of his son. I don't know if godfather means something different in England, but if it means the person who has to take guardianship of your child if you are to die, which is what it means in the United States, that's a heavy burden to place on a 17-year-old when you know that the world is in a constant state of flux right now and that your death could very well be imminent. And you decided to make a child responsible for your child if you were to die, that doesn't warm my heart. That moment did not warm my heart. That moment made me say, oh, you do realize he's not James, right? You said you realized he's not James, but you gave him the responsibility of taking care of your child if you were to die, and then you and Nymphadora Tonks barreled headfirst into the battle at Hogwarts because sacrificing yourself for the greater good is more important than having a parent that's alive to raise your kids. Number 9, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Bill Weasley. We don't know much about Bill Weasley, but everything we do know sucks so bad. Bill Weasley is truly remarkable in his ability to be so terrible with so little time on the page. The first terrible thing about him is his job. Bill Weasley is a curse breaker for Gringotts. What does that mean? What is a curse breaker for Gringotts? Well, one of the things he does is breaks curses that are guarding the pharaohs in the Egyptian pyramids. He breaks those curses so that he can get the treasure that's in the pyramids and bring it back home for Mother England. Billy Boy is really out here as colonialism Kindle. His job is stealing treasure for the British, for no other reason than for the British to have more treasure, to make money, to have profits, galleons, gold. And there's no pushback. No pushback at all. No, Bill is the coolest older brother with an earring. He's so accomplished. He's so smart. Molly Weasley is so proud of her son. And he's not a criminal, he's not a pirate, because he's British. In the 7th book, Harry enlists the help of Griphook the Goblin to break into Bellatrix Lestrange's vault in Gringotts and steal a Horcrux, a little piece of Voldemort's soul, which is hidden within the vault. And Griphook agrees to help Harry in exchange for the sword of Godric Gryffindor, which he knows as Ragnar's sword, and which he believes was stolen by Godric Gryffindor from goblins and rightfully belongs with goblins. When Griphook tells Harry that Godric Gryffindor stole the sword that Harry pulled out of the hat in the Chamber of Secrets and defeated the basilisk with, that's upsetting. That's upsetting for Harry. He's having to do a lot of grappling. First, Dumbledore might not be the perfect hero he thought he was, and now Godric Gryffindor might not be the perfect hero he thought he was. J.K. Rowling expands upon the whole sword plot on the website formerly known as Pottermore.com, and she claims to be interested in cultural collides, in moments where Two different cultures feel differently about something, but there's really no right answer because both cultures are entitled to their viewpoint. In theory, the idea of a storyline where two cultures collide and neither culture is right or wrong sounds interesting. But I don't think in practice that's actually what J.K. Rowling did. I think she makes it clear which culture she thinks is correct through Bill Weasley. Harry is feeling particularly existential about the idea that Godric Gryffindor might not have been a perfect guy, and he has this conversation with Bill Weasley. "I know goblins," said Bill. "I worked for Gringotts ever since I left Hogwarts. As far as there can be friendship between wizards and goblins, I have goblin friends. Or at least, goblins I know well and like. Then, I have to say this. If you have struck any kind of bargain with Griphook, and most particularly if that bargain involves treasure, you must be exceptionally careful. Goblin notions of ownership, payment, and repayment are not the same as human ones. We are talking about a different breed of being. Dealings between wizards and goblins have been fraught for centuries, but you know all of that from a history of magic. There has been fault on both sides. I would never claim that wizards have been innocent. However, there is a belief among some goblins that those at Gringotts are perhaps most prone to it, that wizards cannot be trusted in matters of gold and treasure, and that they have no respect for goblin ownership. You don't understand, Harry. Nobody could understand unless they have lived with goblins. To a goblin, the rightful and true master of any object is the maker, not the purchaser. All goblin-made objects are in goblins' eyes rightfully theirs. But if it was bought, then they would consider it rented by the one who had paid the money. They have, however, great difficulty with the idea of goblin-made objects passing from wizard to wizard. You saw Griphook's face when the tiara passed under his eyes. He disapproves. I believe he thinks, as do the fiercest of his kind, that it ought to have been returned to the goblins once the original purchaser died. They consider our habit of keeping goblin-made objects, passing them from wizard to wizard without further payment, little more than theft. When we're talking about goblins, it's important to know that goblins are historically anti-Semitic, that as far back as 1100, goblins have been used in anti-Semitic propaganda, and that there's no evidence of goblins existing in mythology before they started being used in anti-Semitic propaganda. It seems that goblins were created as anti-Semitic propaganda, and they are meant to portray these negative stereotypes about Jewish people, which are included in Harry Potter. The first of which is that Jewish people control the money and are obsessed with money and are greedy. We see the goblins in Harry Potter literally run the wizarding bank, literally obsessing over the gold. And the second is in the physical appearance. Caricatures of Jewish people, anti-Semitic propaganda caricatures of Jewish people often include a caricature oversized nose. And that is present in the goblins and in the goblins in Harry Potter. Maybe you believe that J.K. Rowling was unaware of the anti-Semitic implications of goblins. I do think that she was aware of the anti-Semitic implications, but even if she was not, that does not absolve her from including anti-Semitic characters in Harry Potter. As an author, it's her responsibility to research the history of the mythical creatures that she includes. But even if you discount the anti-Semitism of goblins, Bill still presents a highly biased way, a highly prejudiced way of thinking about other cultures and groups, and his view is presented as the voice of reason, as the truth that calms Harry's worries. Right off the bat, we have Bill saying, "I know goblins. As far as wizards and goblins go, as far as wizards and goblins can be friends, I have goblin friends." That sounds like, I have black friends. I have a black coworker. I can't be racist. I know a black person. You know, we're talking about a different breed of being, says Bill, which translates to some groups are inherently untrustworthy. The stereotypes are right, Harry. I know stereotypes are wrong, but they're also right. Dealings between wizards and goblins have been fraught for centuries, but you'll know all of that from History of Magic. Harry doesn't know that from History of Magic because he doesn't pay attention in class. Hermione does that for him. But there's frequent mentions throughout Harry Potter of the Goblin rebellions, but maybe the goblins think of them as the Goblin Revolution because goblins aren't allowed to own wands. That's illegal in the world of Harry Potter, and they're not represented in government. So why should they just lay down and take it? And then he says there's been fault on both sides, which reminded me of when Donald Trump was talking about the Charlottesville white nationalist protesters and said that there are good people on both sides. The last thing about Bill that really sucks, and it really sucks, is he started dating Fleur Delacour, representative for Beauxbaton's Academy in the Triwizard Tournament, when he met her when he was visiting the school to support Harry in the Triwizard Tournament when she was 17 and he was 24. Why? Why are we telling young girls that that's appropriate? Why is there this relationship between a 24-year-old and a teenager and there's no pushback on that? Nobody says, hey, is that creepy? There's room for inappropriate age gap relationships in fantasy. And that's when there's a 500-year-old fairy man dating a 20-something-year-old human. And that is for adult fantasy. That's for my smut. 24 and 17 does not belong in a children's book. What? Ew, J.K. Rowling, what? Number 8, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Ginny Weasley. The first lesson that Ginny Weasley's character teaches is that women and girls are overly emotional, and it clouds their judgment, and it makes them susceptible to manipulation. In the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny is just a shy, meek little 11-year-old with a crush on famous Harry Potter. And her family and the Malfoy family have a clash in Flourish and Bots, the bookstore, and Lucius Malfoy finds an opportunity to dump Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort's old diary, in young Ginny's cauldron. And like any young girl that sees a diary, Ginny just can't help but pour her soul into this thing. And by pouring her soul into this thing, whoopsie, Ginny opened the Chamber of Secrets. And now she's gonna die. She's a victim. Go save her, Harry. Harry asked Tom Riddle, or the memory of Tom Riddle, how did Ginny get like this? And Tom Riddle says, well, that's an interesting question, said Riddle pleasantly, and quite a long story. I suppose the real reason Ginny Weasley's like this is because she opened her heart and spilled her secrets to an invisible stranger. Later, the diary, said Riddle, my diary. Little Ginny's been writing in it for months and months, telling me all her pitiful worries and woes, how her brothers tease her, how she had to come to school with secondhand robes and books, how she didn't think famous, good, great Harry Potter would ever like her. Later in this same section, it's very boring having to listen to the silly little troubles of an 11-year-old girl, but I was patient. I wrote back. I was sympathetic. I was kind, says Voldemort. Ginny loved me. No one's ever understood me like you, Tom. I'm so glad I've got this diary to confide in. It's like having a friend I can carry around in my pocket. And finally, in the same section, so Jenny poured her soul to me, and her soul happened to be exactly what I wanted. I grew stronger and stronger on a diet of her deepest fears and her darkest secrets. I grew powerful, far more powerful than little Miss Weasley, powerful enough to start feeding Miss Weasley a few of my secrets, to start pouring a little of my soul back into her. It's Jenny's fault. It's all Jenny's fault. Her silly emotions led to the Chamber of Secrets being opened. But don't worry, she learned her lesson never to be emotional again. She said, no more. I will not be a weak woman anymore. I'm going to be not like the other girls. And by the end of Chamber of Secrets, we have Harry thinking, on the other hand, Ginny Weasley was perfectly happy again. Ginny had her mind taken over by Voldemort. That's trauma. Why should she be perfectly happy again in 2 weeks? After the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny learns that a good woman is a happy woman. And she is contrasted against Cho Chang, Harry's first girlfriend, who is constantly crying, which was a huge burden for Harry. And Harry frequently thinks of how nice it is that Ginny doesn't cry. And in the 7th book, when Harry is basically saying goodbye to Ginny before he goes on this mission to hunt down the Horcruxes into imminent danger for God knows how long, Harry thinks, he chanced a glance at her. She was not tearful. That was one of the many wonderful things about Ginny. She was rarely weepy. He has sometimes thought that having 6 brothers must have toughened her up. One of the great things about Ginny is that she doesn't cry. Ginny teaches young girls how to be the perfect girlfriend, how to deserve the guy. And step number 1 is do not express emotions that would be unpleasant for your boyfriend to have to witness and deal with. Don't have needs and wants in your relationship. Never ask your boyfriend to do anything that he doesn't want to do. Never get between him and his friends. When he breaks up with you, take it easy. And then give him a little kiss for the road. Your feelings aren't allowed to be hurt. This isn't about you just because you're in this relationship. And to help prove that you don't feel annoying feelings, maybe bully people. Maybe be a big old bully. In the 5th book, Ginny introduces the rest of the gang to Luna Lovegood, and she calls her Loony Lovegood multiple times. Even when they are friends, when they are certainly friends, when they go to the Department of Mysteries together and fight all these bad guys together, Luna included, Ginny still calls her Loony. In the 6th book, Professor Slughorn sees Ginny perform a bat bogey hex on another student, and he's so impressed by that he invites her to join the Slug Club. What a weird message that professors, teachers are gonna all stand up and clap, and then everybody clapped when you cursed another student. And the bat bogey hex sounds horribly painful. I don't know exactly what that would be, but I imagine a booger the size of a bat flying out of your nose. That's applauded. That's held up as worthy of accolade. Ginny deserves respect. Ginny is not like the other girls because she curses people like the best of them. Number 7, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Dudley Dursley. Dudley Dursley as a character mainly serves as a vessel for J.K. Rowling's fat phobia. And it is quite the phobia. And it starts when Dudley is only 1 year old. In the 1st book, McGonagall spends an entire day watching the Dursleys through their window, trying to determine whether or not they're suitable guardians for Harry. And when she sees Dumbledore, she has this to say. And they've got this son. I saw him kicking his mother all the way up the street, screaming for sweets. Harry Potter can't come live here. Oh no, a 1-year-old? Want something? How evil. What a malicious child this 1-year-old is, wanting sweets. Here are some quotes about Dudley from the Sorcerer's Stone. Mr. Dursley tried to kiss Dudley goodbye, but missed because Dudley was now having a tantrum and throwing cereal at the walls. Little tyke chortled Mr. Dursley. That's when Dudley is a baby. There had been lots of pictures of what looked like a large pink beach ball wearing different colored bonnets. But Dudley was not a baby anymore. So that's what Dudley looked like as a baby. A beach ball in bonnets. Next quote. Exactly why Dudley wanted a racing bike was a mystery to Harry, as Dudley was very fat and hated exercise, unless, of course, it involved punching someone. Next quote. When Harry is being described, we have to get a jab on Dudley. Harry looked even smaller and skinnier than he really was because all he had to wear were old clothes of Dudley's, and Dudley was about 4 times bigger than he was. All right. Description of Dudley as an 11-year-old. He had a large pink face, not much neck, small watery blue eyes, and thick blonde hair that lay smoothly on his thick, fat head. Harry often said that Dudley looked like a pig in a wig. Dudley thought for a second it looked like hard work. The gorilla looked remarkably like Dudley, except he wasn't blonde. Dudley was the biggest and stupidest of the lot. And that's all before page 33 of the book. I understand that Dudley bullies Harry in the first book, and that there's no reason for Harry to like Dudley. But what J.K. Rowling does with Dudley's character is links fatness with being stupid, with being violent, and with being greedy and spoiled. She links Dudley's character flaws to his fatness. And then as the series progresses, Dudley is afraid of Harry. He does not attempt to bully Harry in any way once he realizes that Harry is a wizard. But still, Harry keeps thinking about how fat Dudley is. It doesn't even matter if Dudley is in the room. Harry will find a way to make a fat joke about Dudley in his head. So here are a few of the quotes throughout the series about Dudley. Number 1. Dudley, who was so large his bottom drooped over either side of the kitchen chair, grinned and turned to Harry. Number 2. For the first couple of weeks back, Harry had enjoyed muttering nonsense words under his breath and watching Dudley tearing out of the room as fast as his fat legs would carry him. Number 3. Dudley had spent most of the summer in the kitchen, his piggy little eyes fixed on the screen and his 5 chins wobbling as he ate continuously. Number 4. Honeydukes was so crowded with Hogwarts students that no one looked twice at Harry. He edged among them, looking around, and suppressed a laugh as he imagined the look that would spread over Dudley's piggy face if he could see where Harry was now. Number 5. Dudley's diet isn't going well. My aunt found him smuggling donuts into his room yesterday. They told him they'd have to cut his pocket money if he keeps doing it. So he got really angry and chucked his PlayStation out of the window. That was in a letter to Sirius. Number 6. Dudley looked furious and sulky and somehow seemed to be taking up even more space than usual. This was saying something, as he always took up an entire side of the square table by himself. Number 7, no matter how much Aunt Petunia wailed that Dudley was big-boned and that his poundage was really puppy fat and that he was a growing boy who needed plenty of food, the fact remained that the school outfitters didn't stock knickerbockers big enough for him anymore. The school nurse has seen what Aunt Petunia's eyes, so sharp when it came to spotting fingerprints on her gleaming walls and in observing the comings and goings of neighbors, simply refused to see. That far from needing extra nourishment, Dudley had reached roughly the size and weight of a young killer whale. Number 8, he thought it was a bit rich of Uncle Vernon to call anyone dumpy when his own son had finally achieved what he'd been threatening to do since the age of 3 and become wider than he was tall. Number 9, Dudley was crammed into an armchair, his porky hands beneath him clamped firmly around his bottom. Number 10, Harry. Yeah? Did he say you look like a pig that's been taught to walk on its hind legs? 'Cause that's not cheek, Dud, that's true. A muscle was twitching in Dudley's jaw. It gave Harry enormous satisfaction to know how furious he was making Dudley. He felt as though he was siphoning off his own frustration into his cousin, the only outlet he had. Number 11. You, she shrieked at Dudley, still supine in the alley floor. Get your fat bottom off the ground quick, Mrs. Figg says on page 10 of Order of the Phoenix. Number 12. Get up, you useless lump. Get up, Mrs. Figg says. Number 13. Despite the sense of numb dread that had settled on Harry since the arrival of the first owl, he felt a certain curiosity. Dementors caused a person to relive their worst moments of their life. What would spoiled, pampered, bullying Dudley have been forced to hear? Number 14. The waistband on his jeans was feeling uncomfortably tight, which was saying something, as the jeans had once been Dudley's. As you can probably tell from these quotes, Dudley's fatness is positioned as a reason to make fun of him in and of itself. His fatness is positioned as a reason to hate him in and of itself. Even when Dudley is not around, Harry can't help but laugh at Dudley's fatness. When he's in Honeydukes and he looks around and he sees all the sweets and he laughs thinking, my fat piggy cousin would like this because fat people like sweets and he's fat. And then in the 4th book, we get a whole punchline storyline about how Dudley's school had to write home and tell the Dursleys that the school uniform supplier doesn't make uniforms big enough for Dudley anymore because he's finally done what he's threatened to do since childhood and become wider than he is tall. And so how hilarious. Dudley's so fat. How funny. He's hungry. He's grumpy. How funny. I can't imagine being fat as a kid and reading this series. And having J.K. Rowling make all these comments about fatness. I would love to hear from you if you had that experience, because I imagine the experience would be like, oh, okay. So people think my body is a joke, just existing. Cool. And then, even when the mentors torture Dudley, Mrs. Figg can't help but calling him a fat lump, and Harry can't help but gleefully imagine what on earth could Dudley be thinking of? What bad memories could this kid have? He's so spoiled. I don't know, Harry. Maybe when your friend Hagrid gave him a pig's tail, and then he had to keep the pig's tail for a month before he got surgery to remove it because your friend Hagrid didn't remove that? It's so disingenuous to be like, what on earth could a fat kid ever have to deal with in terms of trauma? Bullying exists, J.K. Rowling. You're doing it. You're doing it to Dudley in the books. Harry does it. Yeah, he's got bad memories. Number 6, in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Moaning Myrtle. J.K. Rowling decided it was important to teach kids that some kids deserve to be bullied because of their appearance or their personalities, which is a disturbing message in and of itself to be teaching children, but even more disturbing when you consider the other aspects of Moaning Myrtle's character. J.K. Rowling created Moaning Myrtle to be totally hateable, totally insufferable. Yes, she's bullied relentlessly, but she deserves it because she's so annoying. And she's ugly. And she's also a murder victim. She was also killed in 1945 for being Muggle-born. 1945, historically significant year. Moaning Myrtle was killed in an effort to purify the blood at the school in 1945, and we're supposed to hate her. Let's take a look at how J.K. Rowling writes about murder victim Moaning Myrtle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are at nearly headless Nick's death day party when Hermione sees Moaning Myrtle, and she says, "Oh no," said Hermione, stopping abruptly. Turn back, I don't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle." "Who?" said Harry as they backtracked. "She haunts one of the toilets in the girls' bathroom on the first floor," said Hermione. "She haunts a toilet?" "Yes. It's been out of order all year because she keeps having tantrums and flooding the place. I never went in there anyway if I could avoid it. It's awful trying to have a pee in there with her wailing at you." They are not able to avoid Myrtle forever at the death day party, and this is their interaction. The squat ghost of a girl had glided over. She had the glummest face Harry had ever seen, half hidden behind lank hair and thick pearly spectacles. "What?" she said sulkily. "How are you, Myrtle?" said Hermione in a falsely bright voice. "It's nice to see you out of the toilet." Myrtle sniffed. "Miss Granger was just talking about you," said Peeves slyly in Myrtle's ear. "Just saying how nice you look tonight," said Hermione, glaring at Peeves. Myrtle eyed Hermione suspiciously. "You're making fun of me," she said, silver tears welling rapidly in her small, see-through eyes. "No, honestly, didn't I just say how nice Myrtle's looking?" said Hermione, nudging Harry and Ron painfully. "Oh, yeah. She did." "Don't lie to me," said Myrtle. Myrtle gasped, tears now flooding down her face while Peeves chuckled happily over her shoulder. "Do you think I don't know what people call me behind my back? Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, miserable, moaning, moping Myrtle." "You've forgotten Pimply," Peeves hissed in her ear. Next, Harry, Ron, and Hermione see Myrtle in her bathroom, and the conversation goes like this. "I wish people would stop talking about me behind my back," said Myrtle in a voice choked with tears. "I do have feelings, you know, even if I am dead." "Myrtle, nobody wants to upset you," said Hermione. "Harry only." "No one wants to upset me? That's a good one," howled Myrtle. "My life was nothing but misery at this place. And now people come ruining my death?" "We wanted to ask you if you'd seen anything funny lately," said Hermione quickly, "because a cat was attacked right outside your front door on Halloween." "Did you see anyone near here that night?" said Harry. "I wasn't paying attention," said Myrtle dramatically. "Peeves upset me so much that I came in here and tried to kill myself. Then, of course, I remembered that I'm..." "Already dead," said Ron helpfully. Myrtle gave a tragic sob, rose up in the air, and turned over and dived headfirst into the toilet, splashing water all over them and vanishing from sight, although from the direction of her muffled sobs, she had come to rest somewhere in the U-bin. Harry and Ron stood with their mouths open, but Hermione shrugged wearily and said, "Honestly, that was almost cheerful for Myrtle. Come on, let's go." Harry had barely closed the door on Myrtle's gulping sobs when a loud voice made all three of them jump. Later in the book, Harry and Ron hear Myrtle crying and decide to go check on her again. Now that Filch had stopped shouting, they could hear Myrtle's wails echoing off of the bathroom walls. "Now what's up with her?" said Ron. "Let's go and see," said Harry, holding their robes over their ankles. They stepped through the great wash of water to the door bearing its out-of-order sign, ignored it as always, and entered. Moaning Myrtle was crying, if possible, louder and harder than ever before. She seemed to be hiding down her usual toilet. It was dark in the bathroom because the candles had been extinguished in the great rush of water that had left both walls and floor soaking wet. "What's up, Myrtle?" said Harry. "Who's that?" gulped Myrtle miserably. "Come to throw something at me." Harry waded across to her stall and said, "Why would I throw something at you?" Don't ask me," Myrtle shouted, emerging with a wave of yet more water which splashed onto the already sopping floor. "Here I am, minding my own business, and someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me." "But it can't hurt you if someone throws something at you," said Harry reasonably. "I mean, it'd just go right through you, wouldn't it?" He had said the wrong thing. Myrtle puffed herself up and shrieked, "Let's all throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it. 10 points if you get it through her stomach, 50 points if it goes through her head. Well, ha ha ha, what a lovely game, I don't think." More dialogue, and then as Ron's leaving and Harry has the diary, which was the book that was thrown through Myrtle's head, Ron says, "Well, it's not much use to you," said Ron. He dropped his voice. 50 points if you can get it through Myrtle's nose." At one point during the Chamber of Secrets, Ron has detention and Filch makes him polish the trophies in the trophy room. That's when he saw a trophy that had Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort's name on it, for an award for special services to the school. And Harry and Ron are discussing this. And this little piece of dialogue happens. "I wouldn't mind knowing how Riddle got an award for special services to Hogwarts either." "Could have been anything," said Ron. "Maybe he got 30 OWLs or saved a teacher from a giant squid. Maybe he murdered Myrtle. That would have done everyone a favor." "Well, yeah, Ron, he did. He did murder Myrtle. He did murder Myrtle. Was that a favor to everybody?" And finally, here is Moaning Myrtle describing her own death. "It happened right here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking, so I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then..." Myrtle swelled, importantly her face shining. "I died." J.K. Rowling never gives us a good reason why we should hate Moaning Myrtle and think she's so awful. She's a murder victim, and she was a victim of extreme bullying when she was in school, but her pain, her sorrow is all just funny. That doesn't make sense. But then I went to the website formerly known as Pottermore.com, and I found a little quote from J.K. Rowling about her inspiration behind Moaning Myrtle. She says, "The inspiration for Moaning Myrtle was the frequent presence of a crying girl in the communal bathrooms, especially at the parties and discos of my youth. This does not seem to happen in male bathrooms, so I enjoyed placing Harry and Ron in such uncomfortable and unfamiliar territory in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets." Oh, the reason she doesn't give us a good reason to hate Moaning Myrtle is because she just hates her because she's crying. Because J.K. Rowling just sees crying women and she's like, "Oh, you're so annoying." Not, "I wonder what happened to that poor girl. I wonder what's got her crying at the disco." No, J.K. Rowling's like, "Oh, this wouldn't happen if I were a man." Number 5 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Dobby the house elf. You already know how I feel about the house elves and J.K. Rowling's decision to include a group that generally prefers being enslaved over being free in her children's books. You might think that Dobby kind of counteracts that idea because he does prefer freedom, but he actually just reinforces it further. Because he is positioned as an outlier and a weirdo for wanting freedom, it just reinforces that in general, some groups prefer to be oppressed. And we'll get to that in a second. But first I want to talk about how Dobby's character promotes this idea that oppressed groups are just waiting for a savior from the group that oppresses them, and that oppressed groups are happy with the bare minimum in terms of how they're treated. Dobby is introduced in the Chamber of Secrets, and the whole idea behind his character and his actions in the Chamber of Secrets is that Dobby, who is enslaved, who suffers near constant abuse at the hands of his masters, the Malfoys, overhears a plot to potentially harm Harry Potter, a boy that he has never met, and he decides to continually put his own life in danger to protect Harry Potter, because when Harry Potter took down Voldemort as a baby, life got marginally better for house elves in general. In the Chamber of Secrets, we get this quote from Dobby. "Ah, if Harry Potter only knew, if he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, to the enslaved, we dregs of the magical world. Dobby remembers how it was when you know who was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir. Of course, Dobby is still treated like vermin, but mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since you triumphed over you-know-who." So Dobby decides to put his life at risk and Harry's life at risk because he's not very good at protecting people, because maybe the lives of some other house elves have improved since Harry did the noble work of being a baby that his mom died for and Voldemort fell. Dobby's life hasn't improved at all. Dobby's masters are Voldemort supporters, and also, realistically, how much better could life really have gotten for the house elves? They're still enslaved. But it's better now because Harry's a good boy. In the fourth book, Dobby gets a job at Hogwarts, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dobby, and also Winky the house elf are all in the kitchens together, and this conversation happens. "And Professor Dumbledore says he will pay Dobby, sir, if Dobby wants paying. And so Dobby is a free elf, sir, and Dobby gets a galleon a week and 1 day off a month." "That's not very much," Hermione shouted indignantly from the floor over Winky's continued screaming and fist-beating. "Professor Dumbledore offered Dobby 10 galleons a week and weekends off," said Dobby, suddenly giving a little shiver, as though the prospect of so much leisure and riches were frightening. "But Dobby beat him down, miss. Dobby likes freedom, miss, but he isn't wanting too much, miss. He likes work better." Oh my God. Even the weirdos of the oppressed group still don't want too much freedom. The most any member of this enslaved group would dare to dream of is a galleon a week and a day off a month. And they'll be pleased as punch to get it. They will be eternally grateful. In the fourth book, at Christmas time, Dobby gifts Harry a pair of socks that he knitted. One was red with a pattern of broomsticks, one was green with a pattern of golden snitches. Difficult knitting, time-consuming knitting that Dobby did for Harry, but Harry's first thought is the rest of his presents are much more satisfactory than Dobby's odd socks. Okay, just be a dick then, I guess, Harry. And then he decides to pretend that he got Dobby something too. And he says, "Yeah, I got you something too." And then he thinks it was a lie. He hadn't bought anything for Dobby at all, but he quickly opened his trunk and pulled out a particularly knobbly rolled up pair of socks. They were his oldest and foulest, mustard yellow, and had once belonged to Uncle Vernon. The reason they were extra knobbly was that Harry had been using them to cushion a sneakoscope for over a year now. He pulled out the sneakoscope and handed the socks to Dobby, saying, "Sorry, I forgot to wrap them." And of course, Dobby's over the moon with this gift of old socks. Dobby put time and effort into this gift for Harry, and Harry could have given him anything. But he looked in his trunk for the worst thing that he had in there. Why does he even still have a pair of Uncle Vernon's socks? He inherited a small fortune. You would think that he would get rid of a disgusting pair of socks that he got from his uncle that he hates. But I guess he did. He did get rid of the disgusting pair of socks. He gave it to Dobby. And Dobby was so excited, because oppressed people are just over the moon with the littlest things. You don't have to put effort into your friendships with them. They'll literally freak out over nothing. Now let's look at how Dobby the free elf reinforces the idea that most elves prefer enslavement. Hermione tries to recruit Hagrid to her elfish welfare society, and this exchange happens. Hagrid flatly refused to join Spew when she showed him her badges. "It would be doing them an unkindness, Hermione," he said gravely, threading a massive bone needle with thick yellow yarn. "It's in their nature to look after humans. It's what they like to do. You'd be making them unhappy to take away their work and insulting them if you tried to pay them." "But Harry set Dobby free and he was over the moon about it," said Hermione. "And we heard he's asking for wages now." "Yeah, well, you get weirdos in every breed. I'm not saying there isn't the odd elf who'd take freedom, but you'll never persuade most of them to do it. No, nothing done, Hermione." Dobby's desire for freedom makes him a weirdo and an oddball and special. And worth note, all the other house elves just blend together, but Dobby is special and different, and so he has a special place in Harry's heart. And he sacrifices himself in the 7th book to save Harry and his friends, and Harry brings his body back to Shell Cottage, where Fleur lives with her older husband, Bill. And he buries Dobby manually, not with magic, and he makes a gravestone for Dobby that says, "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." The freedom is what makes him worthy of a gravestone. All the rest of the elves, they're just elves. But Dobby was a free elf. And he used his freedom to sacrifice himself for the lives of members of the group that oppress house elves. Side note, Hermione says when she's, becoming indignant and she does some research that house elves have been a thing for centuries. That means that there was a point where they weren't a thing. There was a point in which they became enslaved. They haven't always, literally always, been enslaved by humans. That's a relatively recent development in terms of the span of history as a whole. Centuries. They were enslaved at one point, specifically enslaved. It was an active effort to do so. It's also notable that J.K. Rowling does not expand upon the house elves stuff at all on the website formerly known as Pottermore.com. J.K. Rowling cannot shut up about lore post-books. But she didn't really want to explain the whole house elves thing, did she? Because what's a nice, pretty way of explaining that? Number 4 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have the boy who lived, the chosen one. It's Harry Potter. Harry Potter, what a role model. He teaches kids so many important lessons, including, but not limited to, if you are a special boy, the rules don't apply to you. If you think you know better, you should just go ahead and break rules put in place for your safety. You might just be rewarded for it. One of the first times that Harry breaks the rules is when he flies, when he has been explicitly told to stay on the ground by Madam Hooch when he's trying to battle Draco and get the Remembrall, the little ball that belongs to Neville. He is the hero, so he needs to get that ball back from Neville. But then McGonagall sees him. So you know what that means. He gets a place on the Quidditch team, and McGonagall purchases him a broomstick. Because Harry looked cool breaking the rules, so he was rewarded for breaking the rules. At the end of the first book, Harry sneaks out to go protect the Sorcerer's Stone from Snape, a man that he's been told multiple times he should trust. Turns out it's not Snape, it's Voldemort. And he faces off against Voldemort because he, the 11-year-old, is the best guy for the job. And then, when he broke so many rules and he very well could have died, he's rewarded for breaking all those rules. Yay! Everybody clapped. He gets 60 house points. And of course he did. At Dumbledore's Hogwarts, where safety comes second. In the second book, Harry and Ron break the rules together and they steal a flying car and they drive across the country and they're spotted by no less than 12 muggles. But they don't get in trouble. Instead, everybody claps. Here is the scene when Harry and Ron enter the common room. "It's Wattlebird," said Hermione impatiently. That's the password. "But that's not the point." Her words were cut short, however, as the portrait of the fat lady swung open and there was a sudden storm of clapping. It looked as though the whole of Gryffindor House was still awake, packed into the circular common room, standing on the lopsided tables and squashy armchairs, waiting for them to arrive. Arms reached through the portrait hole to pull Harry and Ron inside, leaving Hermione to scramble in after them. "Brilliant!" yelled Lee Jordan. "Inspired! What an entrance! Flying a car right into the Whomping Willow. People will be talking about that one for years." "Good for you," said a fifth-year Harry had never spoken to. Someone was patting him on the back as though he had just won a marathon. Fred and George pushed their way to the front of the crowd and said, "Why couldn't we have come in the car, eh?" Ron was scarlet in the face, grinning embarrassedly. But Harry could see one person who didn't look happy at all. Percy was visible over the heads of some excited first-years, and he seemed to be trying to get near enough to start telling them off. Harry nudged Ron in the ribs and nodded in Percy's direction. Blah, blah, blah. They go upstairs. And then they see their dorm mates, and their dorm mates say, "Unbelievable," beamed Seamus. "Cool," said Dean. "Amazing," said Neville, awestruck. There are quite a few of these and everybody clapped type moments in Harry Potter, and they don't feel believable to me. People don't love the kids that are constantly breaking the rules and constantly facing zero repercussions for it. They broke the law. They broke a tree on campus. They exposed the wizarding community to the muggles. And everybody in Gryffindor, besides Percy and Hermione, just thought that was just so nifty. And wow, how cool is Harry Potter? Then in the Goblet of Fire, after Harry gets announced as one of the Tri-Wizard Tournament champions, of course the Hufflepuffs are mad because Cedric Diggory is their champion, and the Ravenclaws are sympathetically mad for the Hufflepuffs, and the Slytherins just hate the Gryffindors. But the Gryffindors, when Harry enters the common room, oh, they're cheering. They're screaming. They think that's so cool that this 14-year-old hoodwinked his way into getting in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Yes, I know that he didn't actually do that, but I find it unrealistic that everybody reacted to him, everybody in Gryffindor reacted to him this way when they thought that he did break this rule. because I don't think that people would be that excited about the boy who lived getting that much more attention and being treated with obvious preferential treatment once again. Another one of Harry's key messages is his pro-bullying stance, that if a bully bullies you, the best response is to bully them back, and also that bullying's funny when you do it to somebody that you don't like. I've already gone over many examples of Harry thinking it's funny to bully somebody because he doesn't like them with Dudley, but that's not the only person that he does this to. Here's another example. In The Half-Blood Prince, Harry discovers a jinx that glues the tongue to the roof of one's mouth. And he says, a jinx that glued the tongue to the roof of the mouth, which he had twice used to general applause on an unsuspecting Argus Filch. So Harry cursed Argus Filch, a squib who has no magic to defend himself or protect himself, so that his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth twice. And again, everybody clapped. Because everybody loves the mean kid. Of course, if somebody's bullying you, the best response is to bully them back. Every single time Draco Malfoy bullies Harry, he bullies him right back, including with violence, including with curses. Never once in the entirety of the Harry Potter series is the answer to bullying to tell a trusted adult. Another thing Harry teaches is that emotions are shameful, grief is shameful, crying is shameful. We already talked about that with Cho Chang and how his favorite thing about Jenny is that she doesn't cry. He loses Sirius and his reaction is just anger and lashing out. And that's more valid than Cho Chang crying, even though it's 10 times more destructive to his life and relationships. And then J.K. Rowling decides to kill Hedwig in the 7th book, and it really just felt like she didn't want to have to deal with where Hedwig was going to be as Harry, Ron, and Hermione were traveling the country. And she includes this line. The realization crashed over Harry. He felt ashamed of himself as the tears stung his eyes. He doesn't even have a conversation with Ron and Hermione about Hedwig's death. After the event of Hedwig's death, there are 2 lines in the rest of the Deathly Hallows that refer to Hedwig, and they're like, oh yeah, I remembered Hedwig. I think this is J.K. Rowling's stance on animals too, that she just doesn't think they're that important, because why throw this death in there and not have Harry reckon with it at all, and also have him verbally or mentally, and we read the words, ashamed of his grief for this bird that he loved and that was his only companion, especially when he was home with the Dursleys. But crying over her is shameful? Another lesson that Harry Potter teaches is the importance of popularity, and that your worth is determined by how talented and cool you are. And some people are just better than other people. Harry is not just the chosen one and the boy who lived. He also had to be the best Quidditch player that the school had seen in a century. And the times that he's beaten, it's because of circumstances outside of his control. He passes out because of the Dementors and falls off his broom, but he would have won if it weren't for the Dementors, because there's nobody at Hogwarts that's better than him. In fact, he's so good at Quidditch that professional Quidditch player Victor Crumb is like, wow, you're so good at Quidditch. It's not just that Harry thinks he's better than everybody else in general. He thinks he's better than his friends in a concrete way. In the Order of the Phoenix, he thinks to himself, if he could have chosen any members of the DA in addition to himself, Ron, and Hermione to join him in the attempt to rescue Sirius, he would not have picked Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Well, tough cookies, Harry. These are the people that are loyal to you, and you have the nerve to think down on them when they're about to help you rescue your godfather that nobody else has any reason to care that much about besides you? And then by the 6th book, he's the chosen one. He literally can barely walk around the school because he's always followed around by a gaggle of girls that are just trying to get to him. It becomes dangerous. The girls want him so much. Somebody attempts to poison him, or not poison him, give him a love potion because he is so cool and popular. And only the Slytherins resent him by the end. Everybody loves the guy that thinks he's better than everybody else. Number 3 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter is actually 2 characters, Fred and George Weasley. These guys, Fred and George Weasley. Mr. and Mr. Bullying is funny. Where to even begin with these two? I suppose it all starts with the family, because Fred and George's siblings were some of their first victims of their bullying, starting with little Ron. At one point in Ron's childhood, Fred and George Weasley turn his teddy bear into a spider, which is terrifying. A spider the size of a teddy bear? Of course, that's terrifying. And it starts a lifelong petrifying fear of spiders for Ron. They gave him trauma and a phobia, and that's just a funny story that we look back on. They also tried to make Ron make the unbreakable vow, a vow that if broken results in death. They didn't get to go through with it, but if they had, it could have killed Ickle Ronnie, as they like to call him. Ron is dangerously insecure at points, and by dangerously insecure, I mean that he lashes out at the people around him because of his insecurity. And with brothers like Fred and George, it's no wonder why he's insecure. He was raised in this household where he had to constantly be on guard and alert because at any moment, Fred and George could pull one of their pranks that leave him terrified. And he is not allowed to show any emotion in reaction to these pranks because the more that Fred and George know something is getting to you, the more they'll double and triple down on that behavior. So Ron was never safe and comfortable in his own home, and nobody prevented Fred and George from tormenting him. His parents were of no help in that regard, and if he would have gone to his parents, he just would have been bullied 10 times more by Fred and George. And talk about ruining a sibling, Percy Weasley. He was just an academic kid, and he was proud of his accomplishments. He was proud of being prefect. But when he became prefect, Fred and George just couldn't stop making fun of him at every opportunity they could for being prefect. So they undermined the sense of accomplishment that he had by making it into a big joke that he felt a sense of accomplishment through his achievement. And then when he becomes head boy, they really triple down on this behavior, and they even bewitch his head boy badge to say big head boy. We know that Percy spends too long in the books with the Ministry of Magic that doesn't believe Harry. From the 4th book through the 7th book, until the Battle of Hogwarts, Percy is loyal to the Ministry, but it makes sense why he didn't turn back to his family once it was revealed that Harry was telling the truth, because the people at the Ministry of Magic validate him and tell him that his academia and his goals are something that make him a worthy employee. Whereas in his own household, he just gets made fun of for the things that he enjoys. It would be miserable to be siblings with Fred and George. In the Goblet of Fire, Fred and George lure Dudley Dursley with a tongue toffee, which makes the tongue grow at an alarming rate and be just this huge thing that's hanging out of one's mouth. And Dudley is a muggle with no magic to protect himself and no way of undoing something like that. And he is afraid of magic because he was previously given a pig's tail by a wizard, one that he had to live with for an entire month before he got it removed. But because Harry doesn't like Dudley, and because Dudley bullies Harry, which he honestly does not. After the first book, he doesn't really have the power to, but that grudge remains. And so Fred and George target this defenseless boy and terrify and traumatize him. And it's all so hilarious, partly because Dudley is fat. By the 5th book, Fred and George's plans to open a joke shop are fully underway, and they are actively testing products. And one of the things they do is try to get a bunch of first years to sign up to take things like nosebleed, nougats, and puking pastels, because first years are just the perfect test subjects for this kind of thing. They're trying to manipulate these kids into signing up for this. Luckily, Hermione shuts it down. Ron doesn't have the confidence because, of course, he's been bullied relentlessly by Fred and George. He doesn't feel like he can stick up to them at all. And him being a prefect is just a big joke to them. So he doesn't try to discipline them. But luckily, Hermione's there to put a stop to the testing on children. But in terms of testing, they do test defenseless creatures. In the 5th book, Fred and George are helping clean up the doxy infestation in Sirius Black's house, and they keep and the doxies are these like hairy little humanoid type things. They're tiny, but they have arms and legs and a smile, and they're not a plant. They are a creature, a living creature, sentient with life. And Fred and George just collect as many of those as possible so that they can test their venom as a potential ingredient in some of their new products. So yeah, they're not above animal testing at all. And in terms of animals and creatures, in the 6th book, we see them stun a gnome and then tie the gnome up to the top of the Christmas tree as this ugly little angel, because it's just so funny to pick on things and people that are defenseless against you. Potentially their most dangerous act as students is when Montague, a Slytherin who's on the inquisitorial squad, tries to dock house points from them. And why do they care so much about house points being docked? They're above all of this, right? They're too cool for school, so why would they even care about that? But they do, enough to shove Montague into a vanishing cabinet where he is pulled from one vanishing cabinet to the other and almost dies. But they receive no criticism from anyone else in the book, and that moment is not pushed back on at all because they're Fred and George, so it's funny. And he's a Slytherin, so he deserves torture and potentially death, I suppose. And then we have the moment where they create a swamp in the school, and then they fly away on their broomsticks, and everybody claps, right? There's a few everybody claps type of moments for Fred and George, but this is one of them where Flitwick kept a little patch of their swamp just because it was such a clever bit of magic and all the teachers thought it was so cool. And I get that Umbridge sucks, but really? All the teachers thought that was so awesome and so cool. And then they tell Peeves, hey, give her hell, or whatever else they say. And Peeves, the poltergeist, has so much respect for Fred and George that he follows through on that mission because they're just so cool. Everyone loves them. By the 6th book, Fred and George open their joke shop, and they sell some dangerous products in their joke shop. One of the products they sell is Peruvian instant darkness powder, which Draco Malfoy uses to sneak a bunch of Death Eaters into the castle. And they also sell a really powerful love potion that Romilda Vane uses to try to get Harry to fall in love with her, but it ends up being used against Ron, and Ron's totally convinced that he loves Romilda Vane because it's a powerful and potent love potion that they are just selling to literally anybody who wants to. And they're selling who wants it. They're selling the Peruvian instant darkness powder to anybody who wants it. Because the ultimate goal for Fred and George is just making money. They're typical capitalist guys, and growing up poor made them long to be rich. One more thing worth noting about Fred and George is how they give the Marauders map, which they came into possession of because they stole it from Filch, to Harry when they know that Sirius Black is on the loose and that Sirius Black is supposedly after Harry. They have this piece of contraband that could help stop Sirius Black, but instead of using that for any type of good, they give it to Harry so that he can use it to sneak out and go to Hogsmeade and Honeydukes. Because they're not concerned about anybody's safety. They're not concerned about Harry's safety, even though everybody else is. Even Ron and Hermione are concerned about Harry's safety, but no, not Fred and George. They are just about mischief. And that's their goal in life, is to help facilitate it, even if that means that potentially a murderer can get into the castle. Number 2 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Ron Weasley. There's a lot going on with Ron Weasley, and we're going to talk about as much of it as possible today. But first, we're going to start with the messages Ron Weasley's character conveys about poverty. One of which is that poverty is a choice, and the other of which is that poverty is mainly an aesthetic thing. That being poor mainly just means having shabby secondhand clothes and doesn't have any real impact on your quality of life. Now, these messages might not have the same potential for direct harm as some of the other messages in Harry Potter, like bullying is funny, and Ronald certainly teaches plenty of messages that have the potential for direct harm, and we'll talk about those next. But I do think it's worth talking about J.K. Rowling's portrayal of poverty because she had a real opportunity with Ron Weasley to give children who have never experienced poverty before a understanding of what their peers who experience poverty go through, or at least a little empathy. But she did not do that with Ron Weasley's character, and her portrayal of poverty is entirely unrealistic, in my opinion. From the first time that we see Ron Weasley, we know he's poor, because he's visually poor. He is wearing robes that are too short, which is a visual indicator to Harry that he is poor. But we don't really know quite how poor until J.K. Rowling makes it explicit in the second book. Harry goes with the Weasleys to Gringotts in the second book, and he sees Molly Weasley enter their vault. And in the vault is some nuts and some sickles and one singular galleon. Only one of those golden coins in the entire vault. But how much is a galleon really worth? We're given the price for a couple of things in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince that helps give some context as to how much a galleon is worth in the wizarding world. First, we learn that the potions textbook costs 9 galleons. Molly has one singular galleon in her vault when we see her vault, and one textbook for one of her kids costs 9 galleons. Okay? Apparition lessons cost 12 galleons. Each of the Weasley children go through apparition lessons during their time at Hogwarts, and those lessons cost 12 galleons. And when we see Molly's vault, she only has 1 galleon. Okay? From those details, it would logically follow that the Weasleys should be poor in a way that directly impacts their quality of life. One of the magic rules in Harry Potter is that you cannot just conjure up food and make food with magic. It would logically follow that the Weasleys would have to go hungry sometimes because one textbook costs 9 times the amount of galleons they have in their vault, and the kids always show up to school with all of their textbooks. Sacrifices would have to be made somewhere. But those sacrifices aren't made because J.K. Rowling wanted to create a character that was both poor and spoiled and privileged. In the first book, Ron says that he has over 500 chocolate frog cards, that there's only a couple of witches and wizards that he hasn't collected their chocolate frog card yet. Over 500 times, someone has purchased him a chocolate frog. Compare that to other notable fictional poor boy Charlie Buckets, who literally has to wait until his birthday to get a singular chocolate bar. Meanwhile, Ron's holidays, he always has a large pile of gifts. Compared to Harry, it's always a significantly larger pile of gifts than Harry, because he doesn't have to suffer at holidays like Charlie Buckets does. And Ron has his own bedroom. When Charlie and Bill move out, Ron has his own bedroom, Jenny has her own bedroom, Percy has his own bedroom, and Fred and George have their own bedroom. That's 4 bedrooms for the children in the house. Meanwhile, Charlie Bucket's house, he sleeps in the same room with his nasty grandparents in their big bed together. Ron is seeming a little more like Veruca Salt than Charlie Buckets. There are 3 things that convey the message that the Weasleys' poverty is a choice. The first of which is that the Weasleys have so many children. Lucius Malfoy makes a comment that the Weasleys have more kids than they can afford. And even though that's not really true, because they are affording each of the kids that they have, certainly the message is that if there were less children, each child would have more. And procreation is a choice, so the Weasleys, meaning Molly and Arthur, chose to just keep having kids at the expense of their other kids. The second detail is that Arthur Weasley works a government job he loves because of passion, but that job does not provide the way that a father's job should provide. It was a sacrifice on the part of the family to allow Arthur to do work that he enjoys, because by doing this work that he enjoys, he is knowingly making less money than his family needs. And then there's this third shitty detail. In The Prisoner of Azkaban, the Weasleys win a raffle with the Daily Prophet, and they win 700 galleons. That's 699 more galleons than were in their vault the last time we saw their vault, which was only 1 book before this. And rather than invest that 700 galleons into things that will continue to serve their family for years to come, they spend the 700 galleons all at once on a trip to Egypt. Poor family sees money and they just can't help but waste it all at one time because they don't have the sense to handle money, which is why they're poor in the first place. The next messages that Ron's character teaches that I want to talk about are that not everyone is created equal, and some groups are inherently better than others, and most stereotypes are true. I'm not sure how present this aspect of Ron is in the movies, but in the books, his character serves as the voice of bigotry. So let's look at a few times where Ron validated bigoted ideas. In Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, Ron, Harry, and Hermione are discussing Hagrid's giant ancestry. Let's hear Ron on giants. "But what does it matter if his mother was a giantess?" said Harry. "Well, no one who knows him will care, 'cause they'll know he's not dangerous," said Ron slowly. "But, Harry, they're just vicious giants. It's like Hagrid said, it's in their natures. They're like trolls. They just like killing. Everyone knows that. There aren't any left in Britain now, though. What happened to them?" "Well, they were dying out anyway, and then loads got themselves killed by auras. They're supposed to be giants abroad, though. They hide out in mountains mostly." "Well, I thought he must be," said Hermione, shrugging. "Must be half giant." This is a little later. "I knew he couldn't be pure giant because they're all about 20 feet tall, but honestly, all this hysteria about giants, they can't all be horrible. It's the same sort of prejudice that people have towards werewolves. It's just bigotry, isn't it?" Ron looked as though he would have liked to reply scathingly, but perhaps he didn't want another row because he contented himself with shaking his head disbelievingly while Hermione wasn't looking. One line that stood out to me and smacked me in the face was the loads got themselves killed by aurors. Aurors are the cops of the wizarding world. The idea that someone could get themselves killed by cops, that when they are killed by cops, it is not the fault of the cops, it is their fault for doing something that got themselves killed. Well, that's an idea that circulates in racist circles in the United States of America. Interesting inclusion, J.K. Rowling. Then there's Ron and house elves. Ron is always advocating for the enslavement of house elves and always arguing to Hermione that the status quo is the right way, and there's numerous quotes. But I think his whole position is kind of summed up with just one quote, so I'll just read that one for you. "I've been researching thoroughly in the library. Elf enslavement goes back centuries. I can't believe no one's done anything about it before." Then Ron, "Hermione, open your ears," said Ron loudly. "They like it. They like being enslaved." J.K. Rowling really had a character say they like being enslaved. Okay. And then we have Ron on goblins. Ron is having a conversation with Griphook the Goblin, and he has the opportunity to listen and try to understand Griphook's point of view, but he does this instead. "The right to carry a wand," said the Goblin quietly, "has long been contested between wizards and goblins." "Well, goblins can do magic without wands," said Ron. "That is immaterial. Wizards refuse to share the secrets of wand lore with other magical beings. They deny us the possibility of extending our powers." "Well, goblins won't share any of their magic either," said Ron. "You won't tell us how to make swords and armor the way you do. Goblins know how to work metal in a way wizards have never." It's not that Ron is playing devil's advocate because we're not supposed to view him as the devil. These are the opinions that he holds. And we're supposed to see this as a valid perspective because Ron is one of the three main guys. He's a good guy. And often what he says just serves to make Hermione look ridiculous and to make Hermione's point of view seem out of touch with the wizarding world as a whole. Yeah, Ron, some groups aren't as good as wizards, Weasley. Ron also teaches children just how hilarious animal abuse can be. In the first book, he sees Mrs. Norris and he says, "Can't we kick her just this once?" What a hilarious, funny idea, Ron. Kicking a cat that hasn't done anything wrong. And even if a cat did something wrong, it's a cat. But kicking her just because she belongs to someone you don't like? Okay. In the third book, he tries to kick Crookshanks the cat, and he also throws a stone at Crookshanks the cat. The only reason he does not hit Hermione's cat with a stone is because he has bad aim. Then, when Dumbledore's army is learning stunning spells, Ron has such a funny, fun suggestion. He suggests kidnapping Mrs. Norris to practice stunning spells on. And when that idea doesn't go over well, he suggests practicing on Dobby the house elf. Because, you know, how Ron teaches us that some groups are just inherently more important than others. And then, in the seventh book, Ron's feeling frustrated. So he kicks a gnome in the garden that just happens to be there. He lets out his frustration on this gnome. What a wonderful message, Ron. If I'm feeling frustrated, I should just look for a creature that's completely helpless and hurt them physically. Finally, let's talk about how Ron treats women, particularly Hermione, and all of the misogynistic messages his character manages to convey throughout the 7-book series, and how Hermione ending up with Ron in the end just further emphasizes those messages and normalizes misogynistic behavior towards women. Right from the beginning of the Sorcerer's Stone, Ron does not like Hermione. He calls her an insufferable know-it-all, and he audibly groans when she's sorted into Gryffindor. He and Harry steadily bully Hermione throughout the first part of the school year, and it all comes to a head on Halloween when Ron says, "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face and was startled to see that she was in tears. "I think she heard you." "So," said Ron, but he looked a bit uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Ron's comments cause Hermione to go to the bathroom to cry, something that we know J.K. Rowling looks down upon, which causes her to be unaware of the announcement that there is a troll in the dungeon, and so Harry and Ron begrudgingly go and save her. And Hermione, smart, quick Hermione, is left completely defenseless in this scenario. She is so petrified with fear that she doesn't do anything. She just sits there shaking, and Harry and Ron get to save the day. And them saving the day just kind of erases how cruel they were in the beginning of the first book towards her. Just because Ron is now happy that Hermione is helping to compensate for his lack of academic prowess, that doesn't mean that he is not rude to her. She tries to remind him of something before class and says, "Don't forget, it's Locomotor Morris," and he says, "I know, don't nag." And then there's this little throwaway line when they are going through the little obstacle course to get to the Sorcerer's Stone, and Hermione remembers that Devil's Snare reacts to sunlight and retracts with light or fire of any kind. And at first she's like, we don't have any wood. And Harry's like, you're a witch. And she's like, oh yeah. And she conjures these blue flames. And then Harry says, lucky you pay attention in herbology, Hermione, said Harry as he joined her by the wall, wiping sweat off his face. Yeah, said Ron, and lucky Harry doesn't lose his head in a crisis. There's no wood, honestly. He totally undermined how she got them through that. If it weren't for Hermione, they would have been killed by the devil's snare. But instead of saying, hey, thanks, Hermione, Ron has to be like, actually, it's Harry. It's the boy who did the thing that was important, and you were just silly, silly woman. In the third book, we see Ron give Hermione the silent treatment for the majority of the book and just continually break her heart. He's mad at her because her cat tried to attack his rat. Even if you don't even consider the fact that the rat does turn out to be Peter Pettigrew, the man who sold Harry's parents out to Voldemort. That's just typical rat-cat behavior. You know, Tom and Jerry, the cat chases the rat, all of that kind of thing. But it is certainly enough for Ron to be cold and cruel to Hermione for most of the third book. He also decides not to talk to Hermione when Hermione insists on getting the firebolt, which is a very expensive, the most expensive broom on the market that Harry just gets sent anonymously. When Hermione's like, hey, we have to check that because Sirius Black wants to kill you and that could definitely have some curses. It's not even Ron's broom. But Ron decides, oh, that's enough to double down on his anger towards Hermione. How dare Hermione be concerned for our mutual friend's safety? Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire is the first of the Harry Potter books to really include the theme of romance. And that theme brings out Ron's ability to be a complete ass. At the Quidditch World Cup, the Vila, which are the beautiful women that turn into these bird-headed monster things when they're angry. Like I said before, you know women, they're never uglier than when they're expressing anger. And Ron totally loses his head when these Vila come out. He's slobbering over these women, ready to promise them the world. Harry is not quite so undone by these Vila. It's mainly Ron who just can't get a hold of himself because, boy, is he a sucker for a gorgeous woman. And then, when the other schools come to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament and Ron sees Fleur Delacour, he has this to say. I'm telling you, that's not a normal girl. They don't make them like that at Hogwarts. This reminded me vividly of when I was in college. One of my now husband's roommates, the Victoria's Secret fashion show was on, and one of my now husband's roommates said, I wish real women looked like that. Which is both misogynistic towards the Victoria's Secret models and misogynistic towards the real women. And I feel like that's what this comment is in terms of being misogynistic towards the women at Hogwarts and reducing Fleur Delacour to her beauty. Later in the fourth book, Harry and Ron have the task of finding dates for the Yule Ball. Mandatory school romance, totally chill and normal. But regardless of that, let's hear what the boys have to say. Harry's thinking, this year, however, everyone in the fourth year and above seem to be staying at Hogwarts over Christmas. And they all seem to Harry to be obsessed with coming to the ball. Or at least all the girls were. And it was amazing how many girls Hogwarts suddenly seemed to hold. He had never quite noticed that before. Girls giggling and whispering in the corridors, girls shrieking with laughter as boys passed them, girls excitedly comparing notes on what they were going to wear on Christmas night. Why do they have to all move in packs? Harry asked Ron as a dozen or so girls walked past them, sniggering and staring at Harry. How are you supposed to get one of them on their own to ask them? Lasso one? Ron suggested. Got any idea who you're going to try? Lasso one. Like cattle. Of course, Ron's first choice for the ball is Fleur Delacour. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know a single thing about her. She's beautiful, and what more could you ask for? But obviously that's embarrassing for Ron, and Fleur does not say yes, and he comes back to the common room and is all upset about it. But then somebody says that him and Harry ought to get a move on, and then Ron says, we should get a move on, you know. Ask someone. He's right. We don't want to end up with a pair of trolls. A pair of what? Excuse me, says Hermione. Well, you know, said Ron, shrugging. I'd rather go alone than with Eloise Midgen, say. Her acne looks loads better lately, and she's really nice. Her nose is off centre, said Ron. Oh, I see, said Hermione, bristling. So basically, you're going to take the best-looking girl who will have you, even if she's completely horrible. Yeah, sounds about right, said Ron. Okay. Ron remembers that Hermione is a girl, but unfortunately it's too late because she already has a date with Victor Krum. But he does not believe that she could possibly have a date, that she could possibly have someone interested in her until he sees it for himself. And then he decides to get mad at her because she's fraternizing with the enemy, even though he literally bought a little toy Krum as a souvenir from the Quidditch World Cup. This guy is a super fanboy, and he has the gall to be like, you're fraternizing with the enemy. Later, Rita Skeeter writes an article all about Hermione and how she's breaking hearts, breaking Harry's heart, breaking Victor Krum's heart. The article's not true. We know that Rita Skeeter makes up lies, but this is what Ron says to Hermione. I told you, Ron hissed at Hermione as she stared down at the article. I told you not to annoy Rita Skeeter. She's made you out to be some sort of Scarlet Woman. So it's Hermione's fault that Rita Skeeter, who her whole thing is publish lies, that's Hermione's fault. Yeah. All right, Ron. Ron very rarely interacts with women outside of Hermione, but this is how it goes when he tries in the Order of the Phoenix. He's talking to Cho Chang and he says, "Is that a Tornado's badge?" Ron demanded suddenly, pointing at the front of Cho's robes, to which a sky blue badge emblazoned with a double gold T was penned. "You don't support them, do you?" "Yeah, I do," said Cho. "Have you always supported them? Or just since they started winning the league?" said Ron, in what Harry considered an unnecessarily accusatory tone. Here, Ron is literally the guy that goes up to a girl who's wearing a band t-shirt and says, "Name their 3 deepest cuts or you're not a fan. Prove to me that you're fan enough to wear that shirt." So he's a complete ass to Cho for no other reason apparently than it doesn't occur to him not to be. At one point, Sirius is being really dangerous and suggesting doing things that put him and Harry in danger. And Hermione's like, "Hey, that's dangerous." And Sirius says, "You sound like Molly." Gosh, the classic, "You're just like your mother," right? Which would be bad enough if it was just Sirius who said it, but don't worry. Ron jumps on the bandwagon. Hermione says, I think he'd love to be forming a secret defense society right under the nose of someone from the ministry. I think he's really frustrated at how little he can do where he is," talking about Sirius. "So I think he's kind of keen to egg us on." Totally accurate analysis of Sirius's behavior. Ron looked utterly perplexed and said, "Sirius is right. You do sound like my mother." "Okay," Is that so horrible? Is it so... Do you love your mom or not, Ron? Why is that an insult? Later, when Hermione is explaining Cho Chang's behavior to Ron and Harry, totally inexplicable behavior. Why would this girl be sad? It's been months since her first boyfriend ever died. And Ron says, you should write a book, Ron told Hermione, translating mad things girls do so boys can understand them. Right, it's insane how Cho experiences grief. What a mad thing. Then there's this little detail where Hermione says, what do you think about this? Hermione demanded of Ron, and Harry was reminded irresistibly of Mrs. Weasley appealing to her husband during Harry's first dinner in Grimmauld Place. So already, we're setting up that Ron and Hermione are gonna have the same dynamic as Arthur and Molly. And Arthur and Molly's dynamic is, that's my ball and chain. I love her, but she's still a woman, so she nags me all the time. Great, that's great. Let's carry on that tradition. In the 6th book, it seems like Ron and Hermione are going to finally get together. There doesn't seem to be anything in their way. But then an insurmountable obstacle pops up, and that is that Ron realizes Hermione might have kissed Crumb 2 years ago when she wanted to go to the Yule Ball with Ron, but Ron never asked her because he forgot that she was a girl, so she did end up going with Crumb. You know, back then, when he was totally ignoring her, that maybe back then a kiss might have occurred between the two, and Ron can't stand the idea of Hermione having kissed someone when he hasn't, so he falls into the arms of Lavender Brown, and he spends the majority of the book in a relationship that he doesn't want to be in, all because he felt petty and jealous. And women are the emotional ones. In the 7th book, Ron seems to finally understand Hermione, and maybe that's because he's known her for 7 years. But that's not why, was it? No. Ron has a book that helps him understand Hermione. This isn't your average book, said Ron. It's pure gold. 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches. Explains everything you need to know about girls. If I'd only had this last year, I'd known exactly how to get rid of Lavender, and I would have known how to get going with... Well, Fred and George gave me a copy, and I learned a lot. You'd be surprised. It's not all about wand work, either. And the main lessons that Ron seems to take away from the book is empathy, right? Like, what he learns from this is when Hermione's upset and crying to pat her on the shoulder. Was that really so hard to understand? And then they go out on their excursion, and Ron is just so jealous of the idea of of Harry and Hermione, even though Harry and Hermione have never had any type of thing between them. And so he abandons Harry and Hermione for a big chunk of their journey because he's a little baby boy that misses all the good food that he used to be able to eat. And all of his insecurities come out when he's destroying the Horcrux. And then finally, at the end of the book, all he has to do to get Hermione to kiss him is to say, what about the house elves? He has been undermining Hermione's efforts with the house elves for 4 years. He has been telling her how stupid those efforts are for 4 years. How misguided she was. But all that's out the window when he says, what about the house elves? Not even what he wants to do for them, just, oh yeah, I remember they exist. Because all you have to do is remember that someone exists. And that's nice, that's good treatment. Ron's character consistently enforces messages like women are nags, women are annoying, women are unnecessarily complicated, and also teaches kids that you can be generally shitty to a girl for years and years and she'll still have you. And nothing can shake her love. So that's Ron. Drum roll, please. Brrr. Number 1 in my top 30 worst characters in Harry Potter, we have Rubeus Hagrid. Hagrid is the worst character in Harry Potter because of the massive gap between how we're supposed to feel about him and the reality of his actions, and because of how dangerous the messages his character teaches are for children in particular. Before we really get into it, I want to lay the groundwork for how J.K. Rowling wants us to feel about Hagrid. I think it's pretty obvious in the books she wants us to like him, but she goes further to explain his role in the novels on the website formerly known as Pottermore.com and says, Hagrid and Dumbledore, both hugely important to Harry, seem to me to represent two sides of the ideal father figure he seeks. The former is warm, practical, and wild. The latter, impressive, intellectual, and somewhat detached. Okay, so before we get into this, let's remember J.K. Rowling thinks that Hagrid is an ideal father figure. The very first time we meet Hagrid, he abuses a child. Let's take a look. Vernon Dursley says, "I'm not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks," yelled Uncle Vernon. But he had finally gone too far. Hagrid seized his umbrella and whirled it over his head. "Never," he thundered, "insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me." He brought the umbrella swishing down through the air to point at Dudley. There was a flash of violet light, a sound like a firecracker, a sharp squeal, and the next second, Dudley was dancing on the spot with his hands clasped over his fat bottom, howling in pain. When he turned his back on them, Harry saw a curly pig's tail poking a hole through his trousers. "Shouldn't have lost me temper," Hagrid says ruefully. "But it didn't work anyway. Meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was so much like a pig anyway, there wasn't much left to turn." So, Vernon insults Dumbledore, calls him a crackpot old fool, which is not an assessment that I disagree with. And that triggers Hagrid so much that he gives a child a pig's tail. If he was going to abuse somebody, why didn't he abuse Vernon Dursley? Instead, he takes his anger on Vernon out on a defenseless child and uses magic, which he is not allowed to do because he had his wand taken from him. And so he has this wand illegally, and he uses magic on this child and gives him a pigtail, but was attempting to turn him into a whole pig. And that's a fat joke. The joke is that Dudley's fat, so he deserves this. And he doesn't remove the pig's tail. Dudley has to go to St. Mungo's and get the pig's tail removed a month later. Dudley lived with a pig's tail for a month because Hagrid lost his temper, and that's just a comedic little moment. What an ideal father figure. The next day, Hagrid takes Harry to Diagon Alley. This is Harry's first time in Diagon Alley. It's his first time in the wizarding world in general, so naturally he's a little bit overwhelmed. And the first thing that they do is they go to Gringotts so that Harry can get money out of his vault and Hagrid can get the Sorcerer's Stone out of the vault that that's in. But to do all of that, they have to go on a cart ride, which is jostling, and it upsets Hagrid. It makes him grumpy because he doesn't like being physically uncomfortable. So when they got off of the cart ride, he sends Harry to go do some of his school shopping all by himself at 11 years old so that he can stop by the pub and get a drink. His job is just to be a guardian to Harry in this scenario, but he can't even handle that on a consistent basis. He can't handle that just hours and hours in a row. He has to excuse himself to go get a drink whenever he feels an emotion or a feeling that he doesn't want to feel. I'm not saying that it's not a realistic father figure, but ideal father figure? When Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrive at Hogwarts, Harry introduces Ron and Hermione to Hagrid, and the friendship between this approximately 70-year-old man and these three 11-year-olds begins in earnest. I do not think that Hagrid wanting to play a role in Harry's life is weird. After all, he did carry an infant Harry, well, a 1-year-old Harry, from the wreckage of Godric's Hollow after Voldemort's attack to number 4 Privet Drive, and it's normal that he feels a connection to this child. But their relationship is not a normal relationship for a child and an adult. Though J.K. Rowling says that he's an ideal father figure, he does not play the role of a mentor or somebody in a fatherly role to Harry and Ron and Hermione. He plays the role of a friend in terms of equals, in terms of there's a lot of emotional labor that Harry, Ron, and Hermione have to do in this friendship. They are responsible for emotionally supporting Hagrid. The reason I think it's dangerous to normalize a friendship between an adult and children, especially an adult that these kids met completely outside of any parents or guardians, is that this friendship would be dangerous in real life. If some guy that worked at your school that wasn't even a part of the teaching staff wanted to exchange letters with you and give you gifts and have you over to his private residence for tea and rock cakes in real life, that would be someone who is likely a predator. That would be a dangerous situation for children to find themselves in, even apart from the potential danger of a friendship between a child and an adult. What do Hagrid and these three kids really have in common that would warrant a friendship? He keeps the grounds. They have a lot of homework to do. He's obsessed with dangerous creatures. They have never shown any particular interest in dangerous creatures. He likes to drink. They're 11 years old. But even if they had everything in common, even if they were the same age, Hagrid does not model a healthy friendship. Hagrid is the friend that's constantly in crisis and constantly needing somebody to pick up the pieces. And even between adults, that's not a healthy dynamic to have, where one person is always picking up the pieces for the other person, but particularly between a child and an adult. A lot of people have experienced relationships like this when their parents parentify them, meaning they take on the role of a parent in their relationship with their child, and they're having to take care of their parent, and they're the one who knows right from wrong better than their parent and other things like that. But Hagrid's not even a parent to these kids, and he manages to parentify them. So let's dive into everything he does and everything about this relationship that sucks. Hagrid gets drunk in front of Harry for the first time on Christmas in the Sorcerer's Stone. Drinking in front of children will be a habit that Hagrid never quite breaks in this series. And speaking of drinking, the first big problem that Hagrid puts on the shoulders of these children is when he wins a dragon egg off of a stranger in a pub, and he brings it back to his hut. And he excitedly calls Harry, Ron, and Hermione to his hut to show them the dragon egg. It is illegal for Hagrid to possess this dragon egg, and it is so dangerous for him to be hatching it in his wooden hut. And Harry says to himself, so now they had something else to worry about. What might happen to Hagrid if anybody found out that he was hiding an illegal dragon in his hut? Yeah, Now the kids have something else to worry about. They should be worried about their homework and Quidditch and having fun and making friendships and really bonding in that first year of school. But instead, they spend much of their first year so concerned for Hagrid. And he's a mess. He's not worried about the dragon egg. He loves it. He loves that he has a dragon now. He puts the burden of worrying completely on these 3 children, and they take it upon themselves to find a solution to this problem. Ron reaches out to his brother Charlie, who works with dragons, and Charlie agrees to come get the dragon from them, and Hagrid reluctantly agrees to that. Like, he didn't even want to give this dragon away, but he's like, fine, okay. And so they arrange for Harry and Hermione to bring that dragon up to the roof at midnight, right? So Hagrid knowingly has these children going out of the building at midnight with a dragon, taking it to the roof of the astronomy tower, when he could have done that, when he could have been the one to talk to Charlie and hand off the dragon, but he's too much of a mess. So he allows these children to take on that burden for him. And then the kids get caught out of bed and they're given detention. Harry, Hermione, Draco, and Neville all get detention. And Hagrid is responsible for all of these children's detention, because if he hadn't allowed Harry and Hermione to clean up his mistakes at midnight, nobody would have been out of bed at midnight, and Draco wouldn't have overheard the plan and then been out of bed to catch them, and Neville wouldn't have also been out of bed to try to protect his friends. And then Hagrid has the nerve to say, "You've done wrong, you've got to pay for it." Why did the children do wrong, Hagrid? Oh yeah, it's because you did wrong first and they're having to fix it. And for detention, they go into the Forbidden Forest. And at first, Hagrid has Harry and Hermione with him, because of course they're his favorites, and then sends Neville and Draco out alone with Fang, who by his own admission is a big coward. Why would the children split up in the first place? And they're looking for an injured unicorn, and Hagrid admits that he's never known a unicorn to be injured. Yet he feels comfortable splitting up the children and sending them on their own way when there's a monster that has done something to a unicorn that Hagrid in all of his 70 years has never seen before. Eventually, he changes the groupings so that it's Harry and Draco with Fang, and Harry almost dies because Voldemort is there with the hood and drinking the unicorn blood. So yeah, he almost dies. He could have died. He could have been killed by Voldemort in this moment. But there is no remorse for this detention plan. No, this is what the kids deserve, because they've done wrong. They've got to pay for it. Finally, after Harry, Ron, and Hermione deal with the whole Sorcerer's Stone thing, and Harry faces off against Voldemort, Harry is in the hospital wing recovering from quite a traumatic ordeal. And Hagrid comes in, and he cries. "It's all my ruddy fault," he sobbed, his face in his hands. "I told the evil Git how to get past Fluffy. I told him. It was the only thing he didn't know, and I told him. You could have died all for a dragon's egg. I'll never drink again." That does not turn out to be true. He certainly drinks again. And then Harry, who's just faced off against Voldemort, feels the need to cheer up Hagrid and says, "Please cheer up, Hagrid. We've saved the stone. It's gone. He can't use it. Have a chocolate frog. I've got loads." Right. So what has Hagrid done so far for the kids in this relationship besides put them in danger? As far as who put them in danger the most in the first book, it's Hagrid. In the second book, the Chamber of Secrets is opened, of course, and Voldemort, aka Tom Riddle, shows Harry a memory through his diary of accusing Hagrid of having opened the Chamber of Secrets and Hagrid getting expelled. So Harry and Ron go down to Hagrid's hut so that they can hear Hagrid explain this, because surely he has an explanation for themselves. But they happen to go into his hut right before he gets arrested and taken to Azkaban prison. So he gives them a little piece of advice to help them figure it out and tells them to follow the spiders. So they go into the Forbidden Forest and follow spiders, which giant spiders are terrifying to begin with, but Ron also has a mortal fear of spiders. And they get answers from the giant spider Aragog, and Aragog tells them that he was never in the he was not born in the castle, that Hagrid took him into the castle, and yeah, he's not Slytherin's monster. But as they're trying to leave, Aragog says, "My sons and daughters do not harm Hagrid on my command, but I cannot deny them fresh meat when it wanders so willingly into our midst. Goodbye, friends of Hagrid." And then Ron says, "Follow the spiders," said Ron weakly, wiping his mouth on his sleeve once they finally escape. "I'll never forgive Hagrid. We're lucky to be alive. I bet he thought Aragog wouldn't hurt friends of his. That's exactly Hagrid's problem. He always thinks monsters aren't as bad as they're made out to be, and look where it's got him." Ron's right. Rare Ron W. Once again, Hagrid nearly gets these children killed. They only survive because of sheer luck. And once again, no one's allowed to be mad at Hagrid for putting these children in danger and for his reckless attitude and behavior. Because one of the messages that Hagrid's character teaches children is that if someone doesn't mean to cause harm, it doesn't matter if they do or if they put people in a situation that could cause harm. Because intent matters so much more than impact in the world of Harry Potter. Where as long as the person's intent was not to hurt somebody, it doesn't matter what they actually do and the results of their actions. In Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Hagrid is now a teacher. He's a teacher for the Care of Magical Creatures class. The man that did not go past his third year of school is now an educator. Okay. And because of his incompetence as a teacher and failure to anticipate how children behave, Draco Malfoy ends up getting slashed by Buckbeak the Hippogriff in his very first lesson as a teacher. After this incident, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go visit Hagrid in his hut, and Harry thinks one look told them that Hagrid had been drinking a lot. Great, so these kids stay around to help a drunk Hagrid feel better about the mistake that he made. And then Hermione says, "I think you've had enough to drink, Hagrid," said Hermione firmly. She took the tankard from the table and went outside to empty it. I hate this little scene so much. I think it's negative to normalize taking care of drunk adults for children. There are plenty of children who do take care of drunk adults in their household, and they shouldn't be told that that's okay, that that's normal, that that's not traumatic. That's just a regular day to be pouring out your adults' alcohol because they're a mess. Later, Hagrid finds out that there's going to be a trial and that Buckbeak the Hippogriff might be executed. And obviously this is devastating, but it is also not Ron, Harry, and Hermione's problem. But of course they're comforting him, and Harry thinks, at last, after many more assurances of help, with a steaming mug of tea in front of him, Hagrid blew his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth and said, "You're right, I can't afford to go to pieces, gotta pull myself together." And then Harry, Ron, and Hermione, really just Hermione at first and then later Ron, Harry to a lesser extent, spend so much of their third year of school researching trials and precedents for the regulation and control of magical creatures department to try to help Hagrid with this situation that he got himself into. All of their efforts do turn out to be a total waste because these trials are just pretty much a farce, and everybody knew that, but everybody let Hermione and Ron spend countless hours doing research because they feel such a strong amount of guilt when it comes to Hagrid that they have to help Hagrid because he's essentially helpless without them. But even though they didn't end up saving Buckbeak that way, they do end up saving Buckbeak in the end by having to break about 1,000,000 rules and go back in time and put themselves in danger so many different ways. And once again, the biggest danger to these children is Hagrid. In the 4th book, Hagrid's on his illegal shit once again, and he's illegally crossbreeding different magical creatures and comes up with an abomination called the Blast-Ended Scroot, which is like this long, it ends up getting to like 6 feet long thing with an armored shell that has spikes on one end and shoots fire out of the other, and everybody hates them. Of course everybody hates them. Nobody wants to deal with these things, Hagrid, but Hagrid is so in his own little world of, yeah, I love dangerous, terrifying creatures, that he doesn't even recognize how terrified his students are. And it's entirely illegal for him to be cross-breeding species. But then Hagrid is away for a bit, and Professor Grubbly Plank steps in, and for the first time, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have a proper care of magical creatures lesson. But because of their guilt and their connection to Hagrid, they feel the need to pretend like they hated getting to meet unicorns or whatever else they did with Professor Grubbly Plank. They hated it, you know? Oh, I remember. Professor Grubbly Plank showed them bow truckles, which are these little stick creatures. But they loved it, right? And then they have to get mad and indignant at people who say, well, this is a nice lesson, because they have to stick up for Hagrid over the truth. And in the Order of the Phoenix, Hagrid puts them in potentially the most danger he's ever put them in, but that's debatable because he's always putting them in danger. And when Dolores Umbridge is on a campaign against half-breeds, which is what Hagrid's repeatedly referred to as, Hagrid knows that his days at Hogwarts are numbered. He also knows that Professor Umbridge is torturing Harry, physically torturing Harry, and that she will torture these kids further if she finds out that they break the rules. But that does not stop Hagrid from telling the kids that he needs them to go visit his giant half-brother, which he has hidden in the Forbidden Forest while he's away. He wants them to come and talk to Gwarp at least once a week because he needs help with his English. And the centaurs are like, Hagrid, stop. And Hagrid's like, you're mules. These mules aren't gonna keep me away from the forest. So, okay. He's both bigoted and so blinded by his own beliefs that he allows these children, not just allows. At the beginning, you know, in book 1, it was allows because he really wanted to keep that dragon. In book 5, he asks them to put themselves in immense danger and go sneak out and talk to this giant once a week. And then in the 6th book, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide not to continue on with care of magical creatures. And Hagrid decides to give them the silent treatment for this for like a month. And then they come down to Hagrid's hut and they're like, we missed you. And he says, miss me, have you? Yeah, right. He stomped around brewing tea in his enormous copper kettle, muttering all the while. Finally, he slammed down 3 bucket-sized mugs of mahogany brown tea. Other kids don't have to deal with this. Other students don't have to feel guilty for dropping the worst class with the worst teacher at the school. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione have to do so much emotional labor in their friendship with Hagrid. And what does he give them in return? Friendships are supposed to be a two-way street, but it always seems to be Harry, Ron, and Hermione picking up Hagrid's pieces, even though he's the adult. When Harry has a crisis, when Harry has a dilemma, he doesn't go to Hagrid. Hagrid doesn't fix anything. He makes everything worse. And it's not okay to put kids in danger constantly and to be one of, if not the biggest threat to their lives in the entire series just because you have a blind spot when it comes to dangerous creatures. This friendship isn't healthy and it's not beneficial to these kids. And it also just teaches a really messed up model of relationships with adults for children. We did it. You made it. I made it. We're here. 50 days working on this project, approximately. 5 days of filming, and we're done. Thank you so much for watching this video. This was truly a passion project for me. I made it because I really felt compelled to make it, and I am just so grateful that there's even one person out there who finds it interesting to watch me talk about things I find interesting to talk about. Thank you so much. Please like and subscribe if you'd like to. Tell me if there's any books, movies, TV series that you'd like me to tackle next. I'll see you next time. You've got this. Yeah. Come on, y'all. Everybody now.